We will be starting in 1 minute. Please stand by. Pleasant good morning to everyone. My name is Lennox Brown, a retired IT manager, both here in St. Vincent and in New York. And I will be serving as your moderator for the morning segment of today's Information and Communications Roadshow. Before we get started, I'd like to take a few minutes to do some housekeeping. First, you should have seen the agenda. If you haven't, please grab one at the back. Thanks to the Secretariat doing a wonderful job. Also, towards the end, I think at 11:30, to be specific, we would be doing the open forum. That's where everyone would have an opportunity to participate. So we invite you to hold your questions and comments for that period. Before we begin, we would have the prayer, which would be done by John Quill Cadogan. She's the former IT admin at the Customs Department, a member of ISAC, and the district mission president of the Church of the Nazarene. John Quill.
Good morning, everyone. Could we stand as we look to the Lord in prayer? Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we truly want to give you thanks and praise for today. This is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you that you have brought us all here safely. We pray, Almighty God, your divine covering of this ITC Roadshow. Lord God, we pray that we would really learn, we would participate, and at the end of it, it will be something that was productive for all of us, oh God, and something that would benefit us as individuals and the country at large. So, Lord, we ask that you will take control of every aspect of this roadshow. And we give you thanks and we give you praise for doing so. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, John. We ask that you remain standing for the next item, which would be the national anthem. And this would be done by Sharika, a remarkable singer. We are privileged to have Sharika grace our IT Roadshow with her exceptional voice. Please join me in welcoming Sharika as she leads in the national anthem. Let's assume the appropriate posture.
St. Vincent, land so beautiful, with joyful hearts we pledge to thee our loyalty and love, and vow to keep you ever free. Whatever the future brings, our faith will see us through. May peace reign from shore to shore, and God bless and keep us through. Haroon, our fair and blessed eyes, your mountains high, so clear and green, a home to me, though I may stray, a heaven come, see future brings. Our faith will see us through. May peace reign from shore to shore, and God bless and keep us through. Our little sister islands are those gems, the lovely Grenadines, upon their seas, and gold and sand, the sunshine ever beams. Whate'er the future brings, our faith will see us through. May peace reign from shore to shore, and God bless and keep us through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharika. Please be seated. The distinct privilege is mine to introduce a distinguished lady. She's the founding member of the ISOC SVG chapter. She has been serving as president from the inception for the last 6 years. Roxanne has managed many ICT projects. She is currently a public servant and is managing a World Bank project. At this time, we invite us to join me in welcoming our president, the president of ISOC SVG chapter, Roxanne.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, moderator, Mr. Lennox Brown. Albert Daniels, Senior Manager for Latin America and the Caribbean for ICON, the Internet Corporation have assigned names and numbers. We have Claire Craig, our Caribbean Research Director, Mr. Vincent Judge, our Caribbean Digital Transformation Project Coordinator, and he has with him this morning consultants who will help him in his presentation this morning. We have public servants, members of the business community, our end users, the media house, and those who are listening and looking at us through YouTube, your Facebook, and other media, social media. Pleasant and warm welcome this morning. It is indeed an exciting moment to be part of this historical ICT Roadshow. And a special welcome, especially for those who are coming to St. Vincent and Grenadines for the very first time. St. Vincent and Grenadines is indeed a beautiful place. And I encourage you to take advantage and to explore its beauty. And this morning, we have come with great expectations. It's an opportunity for us to learn what this ICT is all about, what this roadshow is all about. The Internet Society, St. Vincent and Grenadines chapter, is partnering with ICON and Caribbean to host this 3-day event. Just want to let us know that the Internet Society, in general, it's a global non-profit organization that comprises of over 110 active chapters across 6 continents. They provide unique regional perspectives on emerging internet issues, share common interests, and believe in the mission and commitment to further the Internet Society goals and objectives in their communities. What is the vision? Internet is for everyone. Very simple. What's the mission? To support and promote the development of the Internet as a global technical infrastructure, a resource to enrich people's lives, and a force for good in society. Our work aligns with our goals for the Internet to open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. We seek collaboration with all who share these goals. Together we focus on what? Building and supporting communities that make the Internet work. We advance the development and application of Internet infrastructure, technologies, and open standards. Advocate for policies that are consistent with our view of the Internet. So our mandate as a chapter in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is basically to promote the same mission of that global body, to promote the development of Internet in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to ensure the Internet remains open and available for all to use. We encourage innovation, development, and use of the Internet. Members help to advance the mission to make the Internet bigger and stronger. We are a voluntary organization. All the members are volunteering their services for the good of the country. Members run programs and activities dedicated to make a difference locally in forming policy. And educating the public about Internet-related issues. That's why we are here today. To educate, to build network, to share knowledge. So the Internet isn't just about what you may say, something that you access on a phone whenever you want to, or the phone or the computer or any digital gadget that you may say you want to check out the news, or you want to shop, or you want to play games. The Internet is far more important as well. It is powered by people, from the engineers who make it work to the people who rely on it every day. And we're speaking about everyone from all ages. We all have a part to play in keeping the Internet as a global resource, I will say as a treasure, making it available, affordable for everyone. So our chapter, we focus on education, educating us about the developments of what's happening out there. And you know a lot of what's happening out there. The threats. We know about security. And even of the use, as I spoke about the innovation that we promote. It's all about the community, bringing people together. That's why we have, if you to do a survey of all who are here today, we are mixed, multi-sectoral, from all ages and from all walks of life. So we build community. We promote public policy that supports Internet and Internet governance. And we promote community networks. We want to connect the unconnected. bridge the digital divide. In some areas where our local providers may not want to go in because it may not be economically feasible, we partner with them. We are not competing with them. We partner with them to make sure that everyone has opportunity to utilize the internet. So today, the Internet Society chapter, it is the Secretariat for the St. Vincent and Grenadines Internet Governance Forum, meaning that they use our resources, which is our voluntary services, or few resources that we have. And we organize events like these, where we bring you together, where we can speak to each other. We can ask questions, we can learn. And I know our coordinator, Mr. Williams, will speak more about the internet governance. But we are happy for you to be here, encourage you to be here today. Tomorrow, you know all about what ICANN is all about, and our ICANN rep will tell you what it's all about. I'm not doing a good job here, so you will tell me. And Karim Dog will tell you as well why you should come on Friday and what is in store. So thank you for being here, and we look forward for more pauses. I know they are on their way. And let's have a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our President, Roxanne. Let's give her a bigger round of applause. She does deserve it. We'd like to introduce at this time the coordinator of the Internet Governance Forum in Willis Williams. Willis Williams is the co-founder of various high-tech related entities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm sorry, I'm going to have some trouble with this. He's the owner of the firm Williams Electronics Communications Company. He also was involved in WFM broadcasting, IT services, the IT firm MITS, and the trend-setting musical band, Touch. Maybe we should hear some music. Among some of the cutting-edge entities in which he was involved, affiliated. Willis is two-time graduate of the Hunter College of Applied Arts, who spent his earlier years working as a teacher, teaching music at the primary level and digital electronics and computer business applications at the community college level. Since then, he has focused most of his attention on ICT, and has for the last 15 years been the manager of the information system at the St. Vincent Electricity Services. He has recently proceeded on retirement, but cherishes the experience and the knowledge gained and shared over the years. He now does private consultancy, a plug for Willis. Willis is still active in the music industry and is passionate about passing the baton to the youth in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Please join me in welcoming Willis Williams.
Good morning, everyone. As I listened to that, I was wondering, who is he speaking about? Couldn't be me. But despite the protocol that's already established, and in the interest of time, we should stick with that, I still have to single out a few people who have made this event possible. And we are happy to be graced at some point today and for the rest of the exercise tomorrow and Friday by with the presence of Mr. Rodrigo de Pereira. He is the Vice President of ICANN. And, you know, to me, to IGF, to ISOC, this is a big deal. You know, having a man of such high esteem come here, I have to single him out again. Also with us is Mr. Albert Daniels, Mr. Winston George, and I have to also mention single out because she wouldn't speak of herself, Miss Roxanne John, stalwart, people who make things happen. And let me please mention and acknowledge the presence of the representatives from our sponsors this morning. And I'll leave it at that. And I will also acknowledge the esteemed presenters and our esteemed participants. Good morning. I'm happy to see this many people this early in the game, despite the rain that's happening now. And this is, we're quite happy for the rain because we know what has been happening in the last couple of days with the sun and so on. It's a good balance. And we expect the audience to grow. And so we have to get through this protocol this early because it's going to get larger. The IGF has been putting off these functions on an annual basis. We started in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and we had to take a break because of the obvious COVID. And even with that, even when that was going on, we did some online functions. We are happy to be back in an environment where we could sit and touch each other and watch our faces and have face-to-face conversation. I think we are back to our maybe a new normal, but we're happy to be back where we could associate again. IGF main purpose is to bring together stakeholders, multi-stakeholders, and afford them a chance to exchange ideas, concerns, technology, and to discuss ways in which we can improve and we could make use of what is available in the IT world today. And we are happy to be joined today for this ICT Roadshow by ICANN and Carib Nog, who will complete the exercise in the next couple of days, day 2 and day 3. And I hope that you will all find yourselves back here for the exciting sessions that will follow tomorrow and Friday. Without much further ado, I want to simply declare this 2023 ICT Roadshow open, and so we can get down to meaningful business right away. Please enjoy. We have great things in store, and we expect that you are expecting a lot from us. We are here to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Willis. We are at this point where we would be hearing the opening remarks, which should be brought to us by Albert Daniels from ICANN. Albert is a stakeholder engagement senior manager in the Caribbean. He's based in St. Lucia. Albert joined ICANN in 2019. He is located in St. Vincent and a member of the ICANN's Global Stakeholder Engagement Team for Latin America and the Caribbean. As the ICANN Senior Manager for stakeholder engagement for the Caribbean, Albert leads engagement in 32 Caribbean territories and also leads specialized projects in ICANN Latin America Caribbean regional strategy. Albert's responsibilities include developing and executing the organization's strategic and tactical objectives in the Caribbean region. Prior to working at ICANN, Albert served as an information systems and information security auditor, ICT consultant at Creative Technology Solutions Limited. He also held the position of regional IT manager at KPMG, Eastern Caribbean, and accountant supervisor, IT trainer, group IT director at the CHL Group in St. Lucia. Albert served on several national boards in St. Lucia and has broad internet and technology-related experience, having personally introduced the internet in St. Lucia in 1993. He has attended many ICANN meetings and has been involved in the ICANN Fellowship Program as one of the first fellows in 2017 and also in Fellowship Mentor. Albert holds a Bachelor's Business Administration in Information Technology and also specialized in project management at the University of Cambridge. He also holds several professional industry certificates. He's fluent in English and conversant in Spanish, French, Norwegian, and French Creole. Wish we could hear him speak one of those. Please join me in welcoming Albert Daniels for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. You wouldn't believe I told him only use 2 sentences, and he added all of those. But good morning, everyone. And I'd like to especially thank the moderator, Lennox Brown, and also recognize Roxanne John, the president of the ISOC SVG, Willis Williams, the coordinator of the Internet Governance Forum, my colleague, Dr. Claire Craig from Caribnog, and all of the other distinguished representatives of government, businesses, sponsors, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, I'm excited, Simone, to be here today. I was in this building, was it a few days ago or a few weeks ago, just to see what the building would be like. And I walked in this morning, and first I saw a nurse sitting inside it. So I said, oh, maybe there was another program going on before we started this morning. And then I walked in, and isn't this amazing? Please give a round of applause to the local organizing committee. All of these banners, I mean, the colors, I mean, I'm excited. And I thought that's where it was going to end until I saw someone who I thought I know, Rodley. I met Rodley in Cancun at an ICANN meeting, and he said he's with the ministry in St. Vincent, but he never told me that he could play the piano as well as he did this morning. And a round of applause to Rodley, please. But most importantly, that national anthem. Let me ask you a question. Do all public servants in St. Vincent sing that well? Because there are a few of them here who I would like to hear sing. We just heard that Willis also played in a band, but it was incredible. Had I known that there was that kind of talent, when I was coming into the country, I would have asked my immigration officer to maybe sing a few lines of something, you know, to give me the welcome. But all of this comes together, you know, to create a really good atmosphere, a really exciting atmosphere. And I had the opportunity to just have a quick chat with some of you in the audience. I didn't have a chance to chat with my friends here from Vinlec, but I can see their shirts from here and I can see the Vinlec logo. But what I discovered in this group sitting here is that you are truly a multi-stakeholder group. And Willis used the term multi-stakeholder group. And this is what the next 3 days is going to be about here. Persons from different backgrounds, government, private sector, public sector, government, medical, students, all different types of businesses. I got frightened because this lady told me she was with the police force, and I started, behaving properly. So the internet is important to all of us, whether it is for running our business or doing online transactions, whether it is for running government and accessing government services, or even promoting St. Vincent and the Grenadines internationally, or simply communicating with family and friends. And I got confirmation from 1 or 2 people that I spoke with. The last thing that they did before going to bed last night was what? They checked their WhatsApp. The first thing that they did when they woke up in the morning was what? They reached for the phone and they checked WhatsApp again to see what they missed while they were asleep. And this is just in our personal lives. But we know that the internet and information and communication technologies are critical to our business lives. They are critical to accessing government services. You have a digital transformation project going on. We will be hearing about that over the course of the next few days. And all of these services, all of these activities, some of you, well, not me, but I'm sure Willis, now that he's retired and he has all this money in the bank, he does his online banking on his phone or on his computer. I don't have as much as him, but maybe eventually I'll be able to do some online banking. But when we go online, we want our transactions to be safe. We want our transactions to be secure. When Willis goes on, he wants to make sure that he has, I won't call the number, but the same amount of cash in his account that he had yesterday. And he doesn't want that because he used a website and there was a man-in-the-middle attack, that no longer does he have the amount of funds that he's supposed to have in his account. When people go online to pay VINLEC and pay, I'm assuming that's done. Can I go online if I were here to pay my electricity bill? Yes? Yeah? So when you go online to pay your utilities and so on, and you use some kind of card, you use a debit card or you use a credit card, you don't want that just because you paid a utility bill, all of a sudden someone has been able to empty your bank account. So it's good that VINLEC is here, and it's good that they are here to hear what we have to say over the course of the next couple of days on securing the internet. We'll be talking about things like DNSSEC. What is that? Some kind of acronym. But in very simple terms, it makes online transactions safer. So the internet is important to all of us, and we should all therefore play a part in shaping the kind of internet that we use every day and learning how we can keep the internet safe, secure, and interoperable. Over the next 3 days, we will be trying to present to you information on how the internet really works and what you can do to get the best value for it. We will learn what we mean when we say internet for all, and how we can actually secure our digital future. The organization that I work with, you've heard the name, it's ICANN. That stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. And we are a global not-for-profit that works with other partners to help keep the internet functioning as it should. Many organizations each play their own part to keep the internet working. And similarly, today and during the course of the next 3 days, we will be collaborating with local partners, with government, to actually bring information to you which is important for you to be able to get the best value from using the internet. So we are happy to work with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines chapter of the Internet Society. We're happy to work with Caribnog. We're happy to work with all of the local partners, VINLEC, Digicel, Flow, and all of the other sponsors. I know when you start calling the names of sponsors, you get into trouble because you always forget someone. Chrislyn is going to be here, and she's going to be having some sessions with developers because they are important. We're going to be hearing about universal acceptance. And we have, on our part, arranged to bring in some international experts in different areas to share with you important information that we feel is going to be of tremendous value to you. So regardless of your background or your area of work, there will be key takeaways for you over the course of the next 3 days. Whether you are a business decision maker, an end user from the financial sector, tourism, medical, legal sectors, the technical community, or a student or a teacher or an end user, there will be something that is of value to you over the course of the next few days. From an ICANN perspective, we have 3 meetings per year in different parts of the world. And one of the things that we will be talking about is how you can actually travel to those meetings and have your voice heard. Rodley has been there, Rudy Daniel has been there, Chrislyn is going to be on her way soon, of course. Dr. Claire Craig and Roxanne have been there. Did I miss anybody in here who's been to an ICANN meeting? Simone is going soon. And Decima has been as a fellow. And going as a fellow means that the ICANN organization will pay your airfare and your accommodation and give you a small stipend regardless of where the meeting is being held in the globe. And ICANN is global. We go all over the world. Sometimes, you get a chance to go to an interesting place. There have been meetings in Paris, Singapore, Africa. We just came from Washington. We're going to Germany next. And we just came from Cancun. I mentioned I met Rodley from Cancun. I won't tell you how Rodley spent his evenings in Cancun. But if you're interested in knowing, you can see me after my remarks. But I can tell you he wasn't playing the piano. But the whole idea is that we really want you to take as much value out of the next 3 days so you can make the internet work for you. You can make information and communications technology work for you. And we are going to be here, and we're happy to share all of the information that we have available with you so you can get the best value from the internet. So I look forward to the next few days, and I wish you all a successful internet and communications technology roadshow. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. And now you understand why I had to do all that reading, to do justice to the one who just spoke. Before we go any further, the Internet Society as a non-for-profit organization, like many others, are always seeking help. That's what we do. So today we would like to acknowledge some of our sponsors. Vinlec, who will be providing lunch, and we hope it's great lunch. After all, they have the money. IT Fix and Digital are sponsoring live streaming so we can bring this program into everyone's homes. And IT Fix is also providing technical support. Thanks to you all, our sponsors. And we would hear from about the others later on. At this time, we'll have our next presenter. She is Dr. Claire Craig, and she hails from the land of the hummingbird, Trinidad and Tobago, very proud Trinidadian. She's an ICT professional, and she's currently research director of Carib NOG and secretariat at LC Rallo. And her specialty is internet exchange points in the Caribbean. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Claire Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Good morning to those of you in the hall. Good afternoon, good evening to all, everyone who's live streaming, because we are streaming live on YouTube. It is my pleasure to bring welcome remarks to you this morning on behalf of Carib NOG, Although, as Mr. Brown said, I'm wearing two hats because I'm also the secretariat for Latin America and the Caribbean, RALO, which is part of ICANN. And tomorrow I will share a little bit about that at the ICANN meeting. So today I just want to take a few minutes to tell you something about Caribnog. But before I do that, let me just say that this is my first time to St. Vincent. And so I am very pleased to be here, and I will take Roxanne's advice and try to see a little bit about St. Vincent. Because, you know, we in the Caribbean, even though we live here and enjoy living here, I'm sure you do, moving around the Caribbean is kind of like the internet. It's very difficult. It's very expensive and can be quite challenging at times. And hence the reason we come together to talk to you about ways to helping all of us to make this less challenging. And that is what Caribnog actually does. So Caribnog is a community of network operators and stakeholders. We are committed to providing a regional forum for research, knowledge sharing, and infrastructure support. We were established in 2007 through the support of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, which is ARIN, and Packet Clearinghouse, also known as PCH. We do have a few partnerships with some of the IORGs, which includes ICANN, the Internet Society, LATNIC, to name a few. And we have two regional meetings a year. Our last regional meeting was Caribnog 25 in Grenada, and we are in the process of planning Caribnog 26. And for more information on that, it will soon be on our website, caribnog.org. We share technical experiences and expertise. Our aim is to build technical capacity and knowledge, and we advocate relevant technical approaches and solutions for our region. Why is that necessary? Because even though we are a highly skilled technical community, those skills are quite dispersed. We have collaborative communities, but they are limited, and our threats to the network are increasing. I'm sure many of you may have seen some of the threats, the phishing threats and scamming threats especially during COVID. And so it's important for us to be aware of that. Albert spoke about the man-in-the-middle attacks and some of those things. It's important for us to share those, particularly with our network administrators, because they are the ones responsible for operating our networks. But as Albert said, it is so good to see the diverse group of people in this room, especially nurses and doctors and people who are just ordinary end users, because you make up the internet. So Caribnog, our response to those threats is to strengthen organizations, communities, and individuals working on and in support of Caribbean development, to foster development, integration, and expansion of the regional community. Our objective is to bring together Caribbean network professionals and practitioners into a functional regional community, to harness the knowledge and experiences of our community, to build the technical expert base necessary for building knowledge-based economies, and to positively impact and serve the national and regional community. One of the things that you would hear coming out from Caribnog is that we look for local solutions to global problems because we understand that we have the expertise here and we need to harness it and make it available globally. Our goal is to foster technical research because a lot of information and digital information is anecdotal, and so we need to do our research and to leverage the regional technical community. Again, as I said, we do that through partnerships, experts networking, promotions, community empowerment, leadership development, and training. And so with that, I hope that we will have an opportunity to talk during the next 3 days, and that all of you will turn up on Friday for Caribnog Day, where we will share some more about some of the things that we do and provide some training for you. Looking forward to a wonderful 3 days of this ICT St. Vincent and to meeting with you all. Thanks again for having me here.
Thank you, Claire. And let's make sure we take good care of her, so she would like to come back to St. Vincent. Best place to be. Before we have our next presenter, we would pause to say thanks to yet another sponsor, and that's the one who keeps us awake at nights on the internet. That's Flow. We want to thank them for their sponsorship. Appreciate it. And they are sponsoring the tea break, which will be coming up after the next two presentations. Hold your breath. Our next presenter would be Winston George. He would be presenting the overview of the Digital Transformation Project. Winston is the project coordinator of the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning, and Information Technology here in the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He holds a BSc degree from UWI and a master's in ICT for development from the University of Manchester. He's done project coordination for the World Bank. He's currently doing as a project coordinator for the World Bank, finance through Carib SIP broadband project in the government of St. Vincent 2019 to 2021, and also project officer of Carib SIP ECTEL St. Lucia 2014 to 2016. Please join me in welcoming Winston George, one of our key presenters for today.
Good morning, everyone. Protocol has already been established. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present to you on a most important and critical project, the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. Just before the technicians put on the presentation, I just want to give you a little background to get into the Digital Transformation Project in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The forerunner to the Digital Transformation Project was the World Bank Finance Caribbean Communications Infrastructure Project, CARSIP, right? Now, there were three things that were delivered under that project. One was the government-wide area network, the ICT business incubator component of the project, and the public-private partnership subsea fiber, which was done with Digicel. And based on that, here we have an infrastructure, we have a highway, and the government decided that we need now to put services on that particular highway. So, need some help, technicians, but so I will move ahead in my presentation so that not that one. No. It's the one with the zeros and the ones. So the first slide is 0 and 1. We know that is the language the computer understands, off and on. So let's move forward. Someone will have to assist me there. The Caribbean Digital Transformation Project is being implemented in the four Windward Islands: Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's financed by the World Bank, International Development Association, to the tune of US $94 million. In the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is investing $30 million of that 94 million. And the broad development objective of the project is to increase access to digital services, technologies, and skills by governments, businesses, and individuals in the participating Eastern Caribbean countries. And it is comprised of regional and national level activities. And the implementation time frame is 5 years. It commenced in June 2021, and it is scheduled to be completed in June 2026. Now, why the digital transformation project? And we are talking about ICT Forum. We talk about the telecommunications networks and devices and applications, and they're changing the global economy and affecting our lives. And digital transformation is therefore critical to recognizing economic opportunities and sustainable livelihoods. So UN SDG 9 calls for building resilient infrastructure, fostering innovation, and universal access to ICTs. The specific national drivers, and these are taken from the National Economic and Social Development Plan. I believe it's 2013 to 2025, so it would be out in 2 years. It calls for economic diversification, human capital development, building climate resilience, and improving efficiency of the public sector. Number 2, improving our overall environment for doing business efficiently, a major driver for attracting foreign direct investment, and to promote the delivery of 24/7, anytime, anywhere delivery of government services. Next slide. Now, I will now go into the different components of the project, and specifically, as I said, there are regional level project activities. So component 1 deals with the digital enabling environment, and the regional level project activities are led by the OECS Commission, the ECCB, ECTEL, and CARICOM Impacts. Now, component 1 is to support the development of a positive enabling environment for the region's digital economy that drives competition, investment, and innovation while promoting trust and security of online transactions. I want to emphasize security. Now, subcomponent 1.1 has to do with telecommunications, the legal and regulatory environment, the institutions and capacity, support for greater telecom sector competition, affordability and service quality across the region, as well as enhancing resilience and emergency response capabilities of critical communications infrastructure. This is led by ECTEL and the NTRCs. So I do not need to probably go down into the specific items. They were listed earlier. And one of the things that I know they have done already in terms of a consultancy, they have looked at the quality of service, monitoring, and enforcement methodology and capacity. Next slide. Subcomponent 1.2 deals with digital financial services, the legal and regulatory environment, institutions, and capacity. And this is to support modernization of the policy, legal and regulatory frameworks, and underlying payment infrastructure, which is holding back innovators within the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union from rolling out new non-bank digital payment products and services and preventing merchants, governments, and individuals from more routinely utilized digital forms of payment. So the items here, they're updating the Payment Systems Act. So we currently have a payment systems bill that is with the Attorney General's chambers already, and the Money Services Business Act. They're undertaking demand-side surveys on financial access and usage in line with international standards to inform policy making, development of an overarching payment system strategy for the region. And the fourth one, the technical design of a regional instant payment system open to banks, non-banks, and ECCU governments to reduce the costs and time required for payment transfers. On the last item, they are at the stage of hiring the consultants to look at that component of the project. And subcomponent 1.3 has to do with cybersecurity, data protection and privacy, legal and regulatory framework, institutions, and capacity. So additionally, under this component, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines thought it critical, and they have added additional resources for cybersecurity implementation. And the items here is to review and update regional and national cybersecurity policy, legislation, regulation, establishment of a computer emergency response teams at national level in line with regionally agreed model, and support for regional threat intelligence sharing, incident escalation, and support protocols. There's also regionally coordinated capacity building and network for government cybersecurity professionals and cyber awareness campaigns for civil servants and the general public. Also, there's the review and update of regional and national data protection and privacy laws and data access and exchange policies. This particular component is being led by the OECS Commission. Just to say that the OECS is the overall coordinator at the regional level. In terms of national level activities, St. Vincent and the Grenadines specific activities, you have component 2, which deals with the digital government infrastructure, platforms, and services. And this component will support public sector modernization, resilience, and delivery of digital public services to individuals and businesses. And subcomponent 2.1, they are cross-cutting enablers of digital government operations and services. There are many items under this project. So there are a number of things listed there, and I want to go through them for your information and for your knowledge. I hope it's not too small. But developing and implementing a digital transformation strategy, I want to say we are at the point where we have a draft digital transformation strategy, and within the next few weeks, we would have some consultations on that strategy to do the validation of the strategy. There's also the enterprise architecture interoperability framework and so on, continuity of operations plan for the government system. Reviewing and updating proposed legislation, regulations or policies covering e-transactions, digital signature, identification, etc. Where we are, we currently have a consultant on the ground that is working on looking at the policy, the legal and regulatory review of all the core systems that are under this project. The other item is establishing or reinforcing digital government infrastructure, and this has to do with strengthening the government-wide area network as well as putting in place a government data center. We also would be looking at a digital identification system, so we upgrade our ID system, a user authentication platform with privacy, and based on an agreed regional framework for a unique ID number, establishing electronic document management and digital signature capabilities within government, developing a digital payment platform to send and receive payments, inter alia services, taxes, payroll, etc., etc. Now, where are we on this digital payment? There are 2 tracks. We are working on an interim payment system. As a matter of fact, it has been tested and it's working. That is until we get to the place of putting in place a full payment system. We have concluded the assessment, the design, and we have the technical specifications for that payment system. We'll talk a little bit more about it. And the last one here is to support capacity building of the centralized information technology workforce and change management across the public service, right? Not only the public service, but the beneficiaries of the services of government. So it has to go to the public as well. So subcomponent 2.2, don't get bored, eh? This is a big project. Subcomponent 2.2, government productivity platforms and citizen-centric digital services. Now, what are we looking at here? It deals with the digitization and integration of key registries and information systems and the establishment of a data exchange platform. The second part of it, business process reengineering and end-to-end digitization of common government-to-citizen transactions and public services, such as issuance of birth, death, and marriage certificates, driver's license, and motor vehicle registration, passport applications, and tax filings. Establishing an online web and mobile portal for accessing the public services, developing a geographical information system or a land information system, and an electronic single window for land and property transactions, right? So a number of these services would be online. Establishing an electronic single window for customs clearance and administration. And development of an electronic tax information management system. So they would be putting in a new tax information management system. Right. Component 3 of the project deals with digital skills and technology adoption, and these are services that go to the general public and to businesses. So subcomponent 3.1 has to do with workforce-ready digital skills, and this is to support training to employment opportunities in digitally enabled professions. So this project has a regional component as well, and the market assessment has been done in terms of the requirement for digital skills, and also to point us in terms of what skills we need to focus on. So it looked at, the market assessment was local, regional, and global. This evening, I believe a presentation would be done on that aspect of it. And so out of that, there's a national level digital skills development program that is to be rolled out hopefully by the end of the year. The second component has to do with technology adoption, and it seeks to increase the adoption of digital technologies, platforms, and digitally enabled business models by small and medium enterprises and micro, small, and medium enterprises, and access to digital services for students, teachers, and vulnerable groups. And in this case, one of the things that was done was the procurement of laptops and tablets for the schools during the COVID period. So there are priority sectors such as tourism, agriculture, culture, and so on. And the B part of it is to support purchase of digital devices and associated digital content and training to support access among vulnerable groups and remote learning by students. So that is in national level implementation. We are run by a steering committee and we have a project implementation unit. I want to mention that in terms of the implementation modalities of the project, we have an implementation support firm that supports the project implementation unit in implementing the project. And they provide technical advisory, procurement, contract management, and change management services to the PIU in the implementation of the project. And some of the members are here, and they will make presentations today. And there's also a regional project implementation unit, which is led by the OECS Commission, and everyone is into that. So that is overall the presentation on the project. I did not go into everything, but this is a comprehensive project. We are now just past 2 years into the project. We have 3 more years to go. And we will focus in digital solutions 1 and 2. We will talk about some key components of the project. We have the tax information management system. We have the electronic single window for trade facilitation. And we will have a presentation on systems integration and the importance of digital public infrastructure to that whole process. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Give a round of applause to Winston. I hope we were not overwhelmed. But we would have a chance to clarify and have some follow-up questions or comments during the open forum. So just keep that in mind. You're not totally out of the woods. You have an opportunity to clear some things up. Our next presentation would be Digital Solutions Part 1. I would take the opportunity to introduce one of the, I assume Winston's name is there, but I know he has a team lead. Oh, Winston will be continuing. So he would continue on Digital Solutions Part 1. Let's welcome Winston back and hope that this time we get our heads around all the stuff that's coming our way. Thank you.
I went through a lot on the project, and I want to talk about some core things on the project which will make it much easier. So I'm talking about two of the solutions that I spoke about, and the team leader from EY, he will tie it up and make it easy for you to grasp in terms of all that we are doing. Okay, so I'm talking about the electronic single window for trade facilitation. This is one key aspect of the project, right? Now, the objectives here is to establish an electronic single window for trade in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, creating conditions to strengthen efficiency through reliable digital services, streamlined processes and procedures, cost savings, and better use of resources. B, transparency through accurate, reliable, and timely information available online. And C, competitiveness through improved conditions of doing business, capacity building, and use of technology. Now, what are the specific objectives of this particular project? I said to optimize the business processes related to the issuance, usage, and monitoring of the main export and import licenses, permits, certificates, and other documents for the benefit of both the government agencies and the trade community. To increase the operational capacity of cross-border government agencies involved in customs clearance process, in particular, fighting against economic smuggling, fraud, and counterfeiting. To configure, pilot, and implement all the components and services of the electronic single window for trade in SVG. Also, to train staff of cross-border government agencies, the Customs and Excise Department, and any other participating stakeholder in the operation, administration, and maintenance of SVG's electronic single window for trade. To build and execute a change management strategy and a comprehensive communications plan to mitigate any internal or external resistance during the introduction of new policies, regulations, and procedures. Next. So, the implementation summary. The project will be for a period of 30 months, and it is estimated to commence next month, and it will run until March 2026. It will be divided into 2 phases. It is proposed that a total of 16 trade-related government agencies will join the eSwift system during the implementation of this project. 10 agencies will be added in phase 1, and the remaining 6 agencies will be added in phase 2. The implementation agency is UNCTAD, the UN Center for Trade and Development, and the estimated cost is US 2.74 million. So that is for the system, including hardware and everything, and software to support the implementation. So phase 1, the trade-related government agencies that will be in the system, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Health, the Treasury Department, Agriculture, both the Plant Protection and Quarantine Unit for Phytosanitary, the Animal Health and Production Division, Veterinary and Livestock Services, the Inland Revenue Department, the Commerce and Intellectual Property Office, the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Port Authority, Bureau of Standards, the NTRC. Phase 2 would be the Ministry of Finance, Concession Management, the Prime Minister's Office, Concession Management, Legal Affairs, that has to do with court matters, approve the release of seizure, etc., the Energy Unit, Forestry, and the Fisheries Divisions. Now, there are a lot of outputs here. So what would UNCTAD be doing once they start? They would be looking at the technical specifications and the requirements, that is the hardware and software to oversee the system, deploy the single window portal, conduct the business analysis, data harmonization, and simplification of trade procedures completed and documented for all participating agencies. They will do the legal gap analysis and the recommended legislative amendments to promote an enabling legal environment to facilitate trade. There will be the establishment of the cooperation agreement, memorandum of understanding between all the different agencies in terms of sharing, data sharing and exchange of information. They have their quality assurance and testing procedures adopted. It would be deployed across all border-related agencies, and eSwift logistics and enhanced custom services operational. Also address multi-agency risk management system. Also the training and capacity building programs. I spoke about the change management strategy and plan. At the end of it all, you have a succession plan and the eSwift is handed over. Now, what does all this mean? For the simple man, you want, or the simple man, you have goods to bring into the country or to export. You require certain licenses or permits. All will be done through a single window. So no longer would you have to probably walk to the Ministry of Agriculture to get probably a phytosanitary certificate. Yes, you might have to show the goods, right? But all that would be in one system. So once the relevant border agency approves, gives you the license, sends back a notification to the customs, then your goods could be released and you could also make a payment. The electronic single window would also be a part of would be integrated with several of the systems, and also the e-government platform, payment platform would also be a part of that. So you could make your payments. So essentially, it helps with the ease of doing business, the ease of transacting services with the customs, right? So I know folks have to walk from one place to the next. That once you have your relevant information and you put it into the system, or you share it, or you make your application, whatever, it should be a little bit easier. So if now it takes you 5 days to get your goods cleared, it may take you 2 or 3 days. But that is the intention of the electronic single window for trade. I see a lot of folks smiling. Could we do it? Yes, we can. You know, Barack Obama, yes, we can. Yes, we can. And yes, we will. So that is the presentation in a nutshell. I know at some point you would want to ask questions, and in the open forum we could discuss further. So that's it.
A big round of applause for Winston. It's like taking us to surgery. He got a real pain, and then he give some morphine in that last presentation. So it was not as painful. Thank you, Winston. Shows that you have the audience in mind. We always need to remember those who help us. So we would like to acknowledge at this time some of our sponsors. INTRC for the venue. Let's give a round of applause. EXAP, EXAPPS, for technical support. After all, we couldn't have this flowing as smoothly as it is. Another round of applause. And of course, ISOC SVG chapter for providing secretarial support. A round of applause for Roxanne and team. And brings us to our tea break, which would be for 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes' time, we would resume here with another presentation. Thank you very much. Let's stretch our legs, get some water, get a bathroom break, and be back in 15 minutes, along with the tea. Thanks.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to to make those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us, building them castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way on high. Just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. She's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. Wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gone to stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home anytime she goes away. I know, 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 I know. But ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. sunshine when she's gone, and this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away, anytime she goes away, anytime she goes away.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain, when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name. 'Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. Memories bring back, memories bring back your. There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, and I felt all of the hatred was too powerful to stop. Now my heart feel like an ember, and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, and you know I'll never drop. Yeah, everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. But everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, here's to the ones that we got. Oh, cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back your. Memories bring back, memories bring back your. Memories bring back your. Memories bring back your.
We should be resuming within 2 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the tea break and are ready to resume. We're still on the morphine, I hope. But this next presentation is Digital Solutions Part 2. And it would be presented by Rajha Shrivastavasafaran. He is the team lead, implementation support consultancy with Ernst & Young on the digital transformation project in St. Vincent and Grenadines. He holds a Master in Engineering and a Bachelor in Technology from the Anna University. His PhD specialization is in digital image processing. He's an accomplished digital transformation leader with strong business technology consulting background spanning over 20 years. So I'd ask you to join me in welcoming Radha for this presentation on Digital Solutions Part 2.
All right, so I'll just use it myself. That's a USB. It's okay. I'll just connect. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I'm very much pleased to be here. It's an accidental visit. I did not know last week that this meeting is happening, but I happened to be in the island for the project. I thank everyone for inviting me on behalf of the Cardiff project to share some of the insights. As Winston George was mentioning, this is a very large program, and a lot of foundational activities have been carried out so far. With COVID and post-COVID, we have to mobilize a lot of people, and a lot of studies, a lot of preparatory work has already happened. And now we are at a time when we'll be seeing the results slowly, right? We have developed some pilots. Winston talked about the single window system, e-payment and interim e-payment system. All of them you'll be seeing in the next few months. But what is important here is it is really far-reaching, and the goal is to energize economic activities around digital solutions for the entire country. It involves a lot of different things, building their digital skills among people. That's a high priority. Building an ecosystem where small and medium businesses can launch new businesses. Have foreign direct investment, create an environment where foreign companies can set up their digital operations, right? And also strengthen the government's digital abilities in performing public services. So this is really, really a far-reaching program, and it is going to be a multi-year program. It is not like, there will be some systems, that will be put out and then people usually will forget about this. The echoes of this program will be there for a long time. And it has to be built like any other digital transformation step by step. It is going to be iterative. That's why we are looking at some pilots to be deployed now. And then it will reach to the people and as well as the government's internal operations. And then based on the success, we will incrementally add more and more services into this ecosystem. Today, I'm going to focus very specifically on only one thing, that is about the best way to deploy these digital services, especially for the public-facing digital services. So the program itself contains, broadly speaking, actually 3 areas. Digital skills building, I have not mentioned it here. Digitizing government operations. That means the entire government operations. And make the government resilient and responsive even more. And then also taking these results of the digitization to the public. That is the main part. That is the part we are going to talk today. That's an important part, right? So the digital government, there is no point just modernize the internal operation. The benefits should reach the public, the citizens and as well as non-citizens. So the CARDI program covers both. In the presentation, I'm going to talk about a model for achieving digital public services. So the model is called digital public infrastructure, right? So this is a new concept, relatively new concept. So like government that provides infrastructure like roads and any other public services, airport. And the model for providing public services is through digital public infrastructure. That is, government itself will set up the technology, platform technology infrastructure to promote innovation. So when the government provides it, for example, a payment platform, or when I say infrastructure, it is not the technical infrastructure, it is also legal and regulatory framework, right? To innovate and to launch new businesses, and more importantly, in a practical term, to operate the businesses in a slightly different fashion. Right? Every business operates based on a brick and mortar setup so far. If you introduce a digital way of working, the operating model, the way they make profits, the way they exchange information, and the legal and regulatory framework for that, the technology platform for that, all of them, they are interrelated. So DPI is a model based on success of 3 countries, India, Singapore, and Estonia, out of which Singapore is kind of an outlier. It's already a developed nation. Estonia and India, they digitize their entire operations, to the extent that nobody can believe that it is happening that way, considering the nature of these countries. So the DPI model is being promoted by World Bank by their by their technology advisory, the policy advisory groups. And it has become like a movement. So this is the pattern in which, going forward, public services offered by governments will be built on. It has become a de facto standard, a model. It is not a set of frameworks and things like that. It is a model. So what does it entail? It is basically foundation. It is for the government and also the private and public sector entities of the government. And the central to that is an identity, a person's identity. I will give later an example of how that works. So you have to remember that in most of the cases, the identity of people who really need social assistance, they're not established. That's a sad fact. We are talking about not only improving the business, but also providing appropriate social support for those people who are in need. And the identity is the key part of the digital public infrastructure. When you have an identity, you will be able to build systems around that identity and make sure that the right person is the beneficiary of the government services, whether it's a subsidy or a digital service that is provided to the citizen. The second part is building such system is eventually will lower the total cost of ownership of government providing the services manually, because it will eliminate a lot of middlemen. The second part is it works across policy, process, and technology level. When the ID is available, ID will be used for starting up a new company easily because it becomes a verification mechanism, legally verifiable mechanism. You want to share the data between different ministries, departments, and agencies. This is an authentic mechanism of sharing the data, electronic data. It's not about physically showing the ID, but a mechanism of authenticating to share the data between. We talked about 16 different functions for the single window system, right? Today what will happen is happening through the system, and system will create an identity. Imagine that these 16 functions have to interchange data about a citizen among themselves. There is no other mechanism. Still, there is a physical verification needed. So somebody has to walk into your office, prove that he or she is the person that is claimed to be. That will eliminate automatically. When you set up a digital ID system, the identity of the system can be legally shared between different departments, and thereby the process frictions can be eliminated. The digitization will become more efficient. And such a platform built on that identity, there is a technology element, and that platform is multi-sectoral. So it is not for one function. It is for everyone, every department, even for private sector sometimes. So you put an authentication mechanism, a set of technical infrastructure, and that will serve as anybody to build their application according to a standardized framework. And the last one is probably SVG will not be heading to, because it is won by everyone, right? It is provided by, like roads, it's provided by government, but it's used by others, right? Probably we will not be going through this model, at least on our initial iterations. It will be still owned by government and operated by government. So this is the model, right, based out of, this became popular, right, incidentally after the success of India's digital transformation, right, and Estonia as well. And the World Bank's ID for Development group proposed this as a formal mechanism. They promote it everywhere. Then simultaneously, UN organizations, they picked up on this. They also promote the same concept. So this is the e-government concept. Anything that is public facing, this has become the de facto e-governance project framework. So I will talk a little bit about the India stack. It's a kind of branded as the India stack. So India's digital transformation has been going on for almost 15 years, if as I remember. And fundamental to that is creating a national ID, Aadhaar. There are two ways you can do that. You can do a population register, or you can do national ID. So ID creation is not a big deal. You need basically authentic information about a person of that state. India took creating a national ID through a registration process. And the rollout of the ID took about 10 years to really become very effective. So what happens now? It serves as the single most important identity card for me as an Indian citizen. I've been given an electronic form as well as a physical form of card. It won't replace a lot of other cards. It will still remain, right? It is for the government to decide which way to go. So what happens with that is my ease of doing any business with the government or any other private sector entity becomes easier. For example, if I have to open a bank account, right? I have to be in the soil, that is mandatory. I have to be in India. I don't have to visit any bank. I submit an application, and along with the application, they ask my Aadhaar number, national ID number. So there is a national ID infrastructure that has been set up for sharing the data officially, legally, to the bank that I am applying. So they will simply enter my data in their system, and the national ID will provide authentication saying that it is me who I claim to be. So they get a proof of my identity without doing any background check. Right? Credit check is different. Right? So automatically they will open. They will still call me over video conference call to make sure that visibly I'm the person who is applying. That's it. I'll get my either a credit card. For credit card, there is a little bit more verification needed, credit verification needed. So everything is electronic. So I can apply everything remotely. This is just an example. And it shows that basically how the data sharing between different departments work. One example. The bank, authorized bank, they are authorized to get that information from the registry without I am providing a consent. By sending them the number, I am implicitly providing a consent saying that you can go and check. That verification is done without me being involved at all. The second part to that is a different story, and this applies to all the services. So it's not only one example I gave, it is applicable to all the services. Still, I have multiple IDs, but IDs will be linked with the national ID, so I have the option of using one. Then the most major transformation that has happened around that is the payment. There's a major reform. This is a huge case study. It is not a trivial one. In India, so the payment reform happened through financial inclusion. At the beginning, I remember very well that 2006 to 2010, the movement was, help the migrant workers, really marginalized people. Because people go from state to state, there is a very substantial paycheck they get, they have to send money back to their homes, who are hundreds of miles away. The weekly wage they get is very important for the people. So India introduced, as a first stage, a mobile payment. Mobile payment means nothing, very simple. You still have to go to your post office. So they modernized their post office to receive money. It's not a money order. It's a different regulation. You go to a post office, you pay the money, get a receipt, get a mobile code, right? You SMS text that mobile code to whoever is going to receive that money. That person with that code goes to another post office, some remote place, get that money. And it is within 24 hours. It's instantaneous. So throughout the entire post office, this was, I believe it's still in operation. So why I'm talking about this, we are talking about the internet forum here. The role of the internet service providers, the role of telco in this type of transformation is very key, right? So, and also the fact that when we do the digital transformation, along with that identity, mobile phone numbers become a key delivery channel. The number is absolutely essential. So anybody who registers for a digital service will need to have their mobile number to be registered, right? So there is a very basic level. Then what has happened is, later they opened up their payment innovation in a massive scale, and the UPI is the Unified Payment Interface, is an organization, right? Organization that is set up. That is for the fintech. They are the intermediary to receive. They are intermediary, both private, public sector, and wallet, digital wallets. Everybody, hundreds of organizations, thousands, I would say, will register to that. They are kind of a broker. So what it entails is anybody. So I have a mobile wallet. That mobile wallet, it could be GPay, Google Pay, or some other private company. All I need to do is get my unique identity number, and the UPI, through the UPI, I can access my bank account through my mobile number and then upload my wallet. And then when I want to make a payment, right, for a 10-cent tea, for drinking tea, or buying a vegetable for $1, right? As long as that small merchant is registered with the same system, which they do massively, right? Taxi drivers, or the vegetable vendors, right? All of them, they register because it's free of charge. So they get a QR code, you scan it, enter the amount, and make the payment in the street while drinking the tea or buying a vegetable. It's massive. I gave this because how far-reaching it is. And there is a lot of other examples around that. I would ask you, if you are interested in this topic, check out for the India Stack. There are a lot of New York Times studies and things like that. There's an IMF study, etc., etc. Why we are saying is that is the level of the transformation. And I just want to touch upon this because it involves a lot of parties. It is not just the government that is providing. If you are aiming for such infrastructure, you have various owners, right? And what they do, right? So you have a presence-less layer, and that is Aadhaar, in the sense that identity layer, right? You have biometrics, your phone number registered, they're cast in stone. You can change them, but it's verified and stored somewhere. It's a different authority, Unified Identification Authority of India. It's a legal entity. It's directly reporting to cabinet. It's a legal entity, which means that you cannot use that information for any other purpose other than that is defined by the regulation. Government cannot snoop on the citizen. Government cannot find what that person has done in their life cycle, what are the services they purchased, what are the transactions they made. Cannot, legally not possible. The data is not available to anybody, including police. That exchange is different. The second layer is the paperless layer. This is the typical IT. So here, Ministry of IT, they provide that platform, applications. Now, I talked about a couple of applications. There is a whole lot of everything is digitized, right? For every service, just go to a portal and fulfill that. And that is the infrastructure an IT department provides. It's provided by Department of Electronics and Information Technology. And then there is a cashless layer. So this is the UPI. You don't have to pay cash. It's a fintech innovation. And it's a massive. We are talking about billions of transactions in a month. Billions of dollars in a year, equivalent. So, and what is important is that the data sharing layer, the consent layer, that nobody can use this infrastructure without individuals providing explicit consent before every transaction. That explicit consent is coming through your OTPs. It's mandatory, right? So if I'm using my payment wallet to pay for 10-cent chai, I still have to approve over OTP. I'm giving a consent. And by signing up with the payment wallet, I'm giving the explicit consent saying that I'm allowing the wallet provider to access my credit card data. Right? And they have been audited and regulated and so on and so on. So the entire legal and regulatory framework is in place. And this is the example on which the digital public infrastructure is focused on. They are focusing on, the World Bank model is focusing on the financial inclusion part. The United Nations view is that it is not just only financial inclusion, it's for everything. So it is just a matter of small difference, but the central idea is the government take initiatives and provide infrastructure such as roads and electricity, also infrastructure for the digital transformation. So this CARDIP project in its entirety is something like this. Right? Even though when we started this project, we don't brand it like this. This is what we will be providing to the public as part of the CARDIP. Now question comes, okay, India is fine, it's a big country, and it has been done over 15 years. Will it be applicable for SVG? Absolutely yes. It can be scaled down because we are looking at ideas. Right? We have 120,000 population. India is 1.3 billion population. Does not matter. The ideas remain the same. As long as we are willing to put in place the institutional framework such as legal and regulatory changes, the government able to provide IT infrastructure. At the moment, we are not talking about the private sector yet. But that is in plan. We would like to have the small and medium businesses to participate in this at a second phase or third phase. So at the moment, we are trying to build that DPA concept and an infrastructure, and therefore it is very much possible. It can be gradually deployed because for India's case, it is multi-year. Here, it can be gradually deployed. And some of these digital the transformation projects that are going to use this model is going to be, I'll be discussing them in a bit. This is very practical. This is what we'll be getting, right, within the next year or so. Right? We are working on developing these ideas. So there is a civil registry. We already have a functioning civil registry, and that will be upgraded. Because we have to digitalize, that needs to be upgraded. That will be a source of truth, accurate information about a person, right? Because it's official. And then we'll be upgrading our ID platform, separate project, and have the ID platform to be used as an authentication mechanism, a sign-on mechanism. Those people who are familiar with the security, it is to access any website, you need to enter, first of all, you have to register, KYC, then you'll be given a user ID and password, right? All of them will be driven from the technical platform, right? So we'll be implementing a pilot very soon to test this out. And then once the technical platform is available, then we'll be implementing a series of services to be digitally exposed through mobile, through web, through even remote kiosks and service centers, right? Multiple channels. We are looking at web to begin with, and it won't stop with web. It'll go to mobile, then also physical locations, service centers, right? That is the citizen portal project. The first phase, the website of providing services, various services. So what it means is that people who need to access government services, they go to one place, they click whatever services they want to access, pay tax, or get a birth certificate, whatever it is. The services are still being discussed, and then they should be able to achieve that in that citizen portal, right? And for that, you need that verification, remote verification that will be done through the UID. That data for that will come from the civil registry. And then that will be linked with the e-payment platform that we talked about a while ago. And that is a separate module, separate platform, but they are all interrelated. When the person who's accessing the website would like to make a payment, that is a component through which a payment can be made. All of them needs to work together, should be interoperable at that level, and they will be glued by some kind of integration framework, a programming language that glues all these different systems, making sure that authentication is uniform, it's carried out through the transaction rollouts. All of them will be handled by the integration framework that is in the dotted line. They will connect to different backend systems. 16 functions we talked about before, right? We are looking at 100 different functions, not 100 services, 200 services eventually, right? But we'll start with a dozen services to begin with, and then add more and more services. But these services are provided by different ministries and departments and agencies. They're not centralized. They still own their own business process. And they will connect, and that will involve some amount of process change management. So all these things is being depicted in very complicated structure. This is what will be built. It will be built over next couple of years' time in an iterative manner. You will be seeing something first like a portal coming up, UID numbers assigned to whoever is registered to the portal, and electronically accessing the portal, and then accessing a few services at the beginning. That's what you will see next year. And then on continuous basis, if you see on the top one, MDS, that is the most important one. The technology part is not the important one. MDS should be willing to expose their services, right? It is cross-cutting across government. So we will be working with various ministries, department, agencies, identify services that can be digitized and exposed through this framework. So it will be gradual. Not everybody will be ready. Not everybody will be mature to put out their services, and then it will happen over a period of time. Since time is an element, it is important that we set up this framework as part of enterprise architecture. This is the standard. This is the way everybody should expose in the government. So gradually you will see in next 2 or 3 years' time, you will see almost 30 to 40% of services that are digitizable. They will be available. And even beyond the project's scope, anybody who wants to digitize their services, they will use this framework to digitize. So it will be kind of a single framework that allow the government to publish their services digitally to their consumers, right? It's like a funnel, and multiple services will be provided through this funnel. And I'll stop with this last slide. It all is good, but people should use it. People should feel confident that the data with the government is safe and secure. So security is utmost consideration. So we will be upgrading our data center right? ITSD will be upgrading, modernizing the data center, and then put in place a modern security infrastructure. They are already ISO certified, right? Taking from that, we will segment the network. There are different levels of security. We are looking at all departments' information to be available in one place, and therefore it will be even further strengthened. Data center modernization also has a component of security modernization. And the applications, right, for some of them, not for everything. For example, protecting the national ID is extremely important. Protecting the payment transaction is extremely important for those specific applications. Wherever possible, a lot of security controls like end-to-end encryption or at least 99% encryption, right? Nobody can access the database. Even developers cannot access the database. There will be legal procedures of now who can actually submit the password to open up the database for any audit or any purposes. So all such legal and regulatory frameworks around the data security, privacy, and information security, cyber security, all of them are being planned. So let me not, I know that I've taken a bit more time than that is allocated to me, apologies. I hope I'm able to give a picture of what will be coming for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines in terms of the digital public services. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to Raja. He sort of put the icing on the cake. So it's easier to partake. We have one final acknowledgement of our sponsor, and it's none other than the Information Technology Services Division for providing secretarial services for this event. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. There's one announcement. During the lunch period, there would be a survey on digital transformation, and it would be happening in this room, I think. So don't be surprised if folks show up and ask you to help to participate in this survey. I think it's vital, as you have seen, there are a lot at stake in these implementations, which we would get into. So this takes us into our next session, which is the open forum. And for that, I'm going to invite Winston to join us up here, if you don't mind, because we may be directing some questions to you. Rajha, I think you would be needed here as well, because our questions or comments would be mainly around the presentations that you both have done. If I may begin by trying to summarize in 1 minute what we had in the last hour and a half. So first, we heard about the digital transformation project. It's essentially saying that every service, every operation is going to be digitized. That's what it comes down to. And also, not only each service individually digitized, they would be integrated, which in and of itself would be a great deal of help in reducing the amount of time and effort. And I get very frustrated. I can tell you stories. I just want my stuff done. Get it out of here. I don't want to be going all over the map. So that's where we are moving. And then the second presentation, that was the overview that Winston did. And I know that it was quite deep, but he tries his effort, the best he can to highlight some of the components of that, which is before you can do that, you got to have a legal framework. you also need to have resources, technical resources, to support the building management of these services. And we need skill sets. This cannot be done, I can tell you. You're going to need a large army of people to do any of these things, and well-trained, and the other things I can talk about, but I'll get there later. That was Winston's first presentation. And then Winston tried to highlight an example where if you are able to integrate government services, you and I know the drill. You go to one department for one thing, and they tell you, no, you got to walk over to the other department to get another piece of that before you can get the complete transaction. So Winston tried to highlight, once you digitize all the services and they integrated, it's one-stop shopping. Single pane of glass, so to speak, you go in and you can get all your transactions done in quick time. And then Raja tried to bring the public perspective, because after all, who are the users? Is you and I, the public. So government can put all these things in place, but how do you then integrate, how do you then involve the public, which is what he tried to present. And I was quite impressed with the model that he said was done in India and Estonia, I think. I'd be interested in understanding how that maps to our culture, which we can talk about. So that in a nutshell is what we heard. Now we're going to go into question and answers. I would like to begin by asking a couple of questions, and then I'm going to open up. Is there a roving mic? Technicians? You can just raise your hand and we get the mic to you. To Winston. Okay. You have built a high-level project plan to get all of these services digitized. But the part that I know is going to be most challenging, having worked in this space for a long time, is the people component of it. So what, I know you highlighted some plans to do this, but could you help me understand how you're going to build the intellectual resources to support this new initiative? Because they don't exist today. If you're trained, like I did, went overseas. So how are you going to deal with the challenge in the Caribbean, particularly in the Windward Islands, where those of us who are well-trained, we are attracted elsewhere? So how are you going to do this to implement a project of this magnitude?
Okay. In answering that, I will seek to bring my own perspective to it, but I will speak to what is in the project to support the overall capacity building. And I spoke to the matter of capacity building in government, as well as the digital skills component, which looks at intermediate and advanced skills. But not only that, in the broad implementation of the project, we have change management support. So we have a draft of a change management strategy, and essentially it will engage the public. The project implementation unit as well would have communication consultant to work with us in terms of dealing with the public aspects to engage citizens. And while we speak, we need to also remember that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is multi-island. And a big part of that is the whole matter of opportunity costs. If I may go to the public You have persons in Union Island, Beckway, even North Windward and North Leeward, who would have to access services. And if they can access these services 24/7 at their convenience, that in itself will help. So now, you have innovators and you have laggards and so on and so forth. And you have those who will jump at these opportunities. A lot of persons use their mobile devices for many other things, but once you can show that you are able to, access services and, make payments and get it done in a quick time, that you don't have to, travel. So traveling from the Grenadines might be a $40 to come and renew something in Kingstown, right? So that is one end. But I want to also talk about the institutional framework. As it is now, there are several different, we have the Information Technology Services Division, and we have different IT units within different ministries that are supporting IT initiatives in government. Essentially, that in itself too has to be transformed. That in itself has to be upgraded to provide for what we call 24/7 government. As it is now, it's 8 to 4. But the institutional framework behind has to be upgraded. Yes, we are paying attention to training. Within the project, there is funding for capacity building of government workers, and they would have access to the digital skills component as well as members of the general public.
All right, thank you. I'll do one more and then I'll turn it over to hold your questions and comments. Now, that's the personnel, the people component. But there's also the infrastructure needed to support these services, the underlying services, the hosting cost. So again, maybe both of you can help answer this question. There's substantial investment in hardware and software to support these services. And you also need the services to maintain and support this hardware software. And you and I know, you buy a computer today and tomorrow it's already outdated. So if you're doing a multi-year project, which this one is, you put in monies into bringing in equipment, a lot, which is quite expensive, supporting network, which is another piece that we need to speak to, how you're going to integrate across the landscape. Because if I live in Chateaubilly, Oria, Sandy Bay, Grenadines, Union Island, wherever, I got to have access. So you got to have stable internet services. So my point is, the back end, wherever it's located, and there are a lot of security challenges around that, how are you going to accomplish all of this? Because the stuff you put in today is outdated tomorrow. So the $30 million is going to be chewed up very quickly.
I would just speak to the infrastructure. So first of all, let's talk about the broadband network, the government-wide area network, and the subsea cable. That is a public-private partnership project with Digicel. That is 15 years. How many years are we into it now? About 4 years. So that sort of support is already there between the government and the public-private partnership partner in Digicel. In terms of the infrastructure for the the digital transformation project, we are putting in place a data center, right? Now, I think our maturity, we will mature to the point where possibly you would have to go to cloud services or something like that. Not totally, but those are options going forward. I just want to probably leave it there and let Radha talk further.
This is always a very genuine concern. What about the investment for maintaining and developing, supporting such services? As I said, it has become in the modern world a government's mandate to provide such infrastructure, like they are providing roads, right? Sometimes in a completely capitalistic setup, you have to recover that investment through tolls, for 15 years, 20 years, PPP operation and things like that. Or some other countries, which basically from the British system, usually it is the government's mandate to provide, right? And the government has already made a commitment of a World Bank loan. The financial support is already provided for providing such infrastructure upgrade. So the financial support is already available. The government's commitment is already available. In terms of operating cost, there will be a minimal increase in operating cost that cannot be avoided. However, it will be offset by providing a lot more open source technologies. So I did not mention about how to build that DPI. The DPI infrastructure will be built using open source technologies, right? So therefore, we are not expecting a huge cost overrun. Third, the government's IT department is a properly established department with proper training, infrastructure, and support and security and other things. They will be able to take the support of the provided infrastructure. And the last one is what Winston mentioned. The internet maturity in this country is above average in the sub-region. So it is decent, it is good. That is one of the reasons that we are confident that we can put all these new digital services. So in the phase one, earlier phase, we established the backbone. Phase two, we want to utilize this for economic activities. And therefore, it has an economic angle. By providing these services, we'll be improving the country's digital maturity, and thereby we'll be able to attract more digital investment. So it's a long haul. So we are at the, it should be treated as an investment rather than a cost. So that's a mistake people usually make when they look at the private sector. Okay, I'm spending this much cost, and what is my revenue back? And government's role is going to be providing a public service, and this is a digital public service, and cost optimization measures are already built into the program.
Thank you. We'd like to open the floor for any questions, comments. There's a hand up here. We have a roving mic. I see two hands. Roving mic right up front on my right. Right up front. On my right. Just give your name and you proceed.
Good morning. Caswell Duncan, I'm ITSD. I vividly remember our Prime Minister saying that with the implementation of the CASI broadband project, we have established the roads, and now we must put vehicles on the roads. Thus far, we are doing well to do so. And I hear my good friend Winston saying, okay, well, boy, yes, we have established the CASI broadband network. We have the subsea fiber. We have these things in place. At ITSD, every day we seek to extend this network further and further. But these services will be established on the government network. But for the citizens to use them, they must pass from the external network, the internal network to the external network, right? So there's a need for good quality and plenty bandwidth, internet bandwidth. And I still think that this is a conversation that we need to have. I believe that the cost of direct internet access is very, very prohibitive, and will at some point become a bottleneck in our ability to deliver some of these services to the citizens. We still pay around $12,500 for 100 megs. For 300 megs, we pay like $33,000 plus per month. I believe in small developing states like ours, where we do not have big markets, the government needs to bring these providers to the table, and we need to have a conversation regarding what we consider to be the national good. That conversation needs to be had.
Okay, is that your question?
No, that is one. That is one.
Okay.
The other thing is that in terms of people, you might be thinking I'm saying a lot, but sometimes we leap forward without looking back. A man who does not know where he comes from will not know where he's going. I can bring to mind quite a number of projects. And some of them would have failed because the people component was not properly sorted out. Back in the past, we used to do an e-readiness, something to see where we are in terms of the implementation of certain technology. Sometimes we need to do assessment in terms of the readiness of our people to leap with the investment that the government is making. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the question. I know you come in from the government department. I'm going to turn it over, but I can sort of help to answer the question in the interest of time. I think Winston's project attempts to deal with the challenges that you just outlined. You're talking about what obtains today. Winston saying, well, this is what we're going to do tomorrow, and he tried to, but I'll leave Winston and his colleague to add anything more to that. And then maybe I'd like to add something, a corollary to that. Now, IT services are very expensive. And my question is, are there any plans to maybe have a regional approach to drive down the cost of ownership? As you answer the question that was posed as well.
This one is a toughie, a regional approach.
That's why you're here.
Well, they're the regional institutions that, if I may speak to CARICOM. CARICOM is one of the agencies within this region that is looking about the whole matter. For example, what's it called again? The roaming, that, for example, the cost of, roaming and all those sort of things. But definitely, the cost of broadband is an issue, right? And it, as Mr. Duncan indicated, hinders some persons from accessing the services. But he mentioned the point of a national good. So the broadband becomes a national good. And I want to speak to this. In some countries, the broadband is owned by who? The broadband is owned by the state? Somebody could tell me. There are some countries where broadband infrastructure in general is owned by the state. I think we were at that point sometime before. Not so. The state did not own the telecom network. Huh? Yeah, but that was in the colonial times. Right? So you had the colonial governor and you owned, it was what? St. Vincent telephones or something. I could remember those days. But I'm just trying to make the point about the fact that the broadband network is a national good. And you asked me about the regional. To me, you have to deal national and engage regional. So you go to the level of the OECS, and then you go to the broader CARICOM level. But I know there are different initiatives to try and, address those issues.
All right, thank you. I know Claire Han was next. Could you get the mic to her? While you're getting there, I know you mentioned broadband, but there's also the cost of data center operations and the infrastructure that you placed in there, because now you have a 24/7 operation. We can take that offline. There are various ways of approaching that. Yes, go ahead, Claire.
For the record, Claire Craig. I was very happy to hear at the start of your presentation, Mr. George, is it? When you spoke about the CARPIF project, and I think Mr. Duncan also talked about broadband. Now, the thing is, we really have to ensure that we have the correct internet infrastructure for this kind of government transformation, digital transformation project. As many of you would know, during COVID, we had some transformation taking place, and what some persons refer to it as pandemic-enabled transformation. So it is good that there is a whole strategy that the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is using to implement digital transformation. My concern, however, is that with the CARPIF project, how engaged are your service providers on the internet exchange point, and how open is your regulatory services to attract other service providers who would be peering and not exchanging transit? For some of you, I don't want to go into the whole history of internet exchange points, but as you know, if service providers are not peering on the internet exchange, then when your citizens try to access the services that the government is providing, the data has to go to wherever Miami or wherever the service provider exchanges their traffic and then come back to St. Vincent. So therefore, two of us could be sitting down in the same room here right now, and I am sending an email to Armand Flo and someone else is on Digicel, and we're sending messages to each other. But if the service providers aren't speaking to each other, all messages go up to Miami, usually, to be exchanged, and then it comes back here. It is slow, it is expensive, and it is inefficient. So now you're going to take the government services and you're asking people to do their income taxes and their trade and other government services and put it on that network, what are your plans for your government services and how do you intend to make that more efficient? Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Yes.
Yeah. A couple of things, right? So this is a very good point. I think we have to address that pairing aspect. We have to consider that as a separate topic. It's important. And that's one of the reasons that we brought up this topic in this forum. It's very important that multiple stakeholders must be engaged, especially telco providers. I talked about SMS, and this is another one. We need to have conversations around, as Kaswalan was mentioning as well, as a digital public service, what is their responsibility of the telco providers? That is a conversation we need to have separately. While having that, the design of the system, in the internet-based system, we are not looking at a huge amount of data traffic. Because number one, we are looking at a smaller number of consumers and who are digitally savvy consumers, even less. We are looking at 10 or 20% of the citizens to be using directly, and the transactions are going to be optimized for data. Then we are looking at, as I mentioned, we'll provide e-service centers. That's an idea. It's not yet approved. At different locations, that will be in the government network already. Again, there will be an increase in the bandwidth requirements. We have to compute, but unlike India, where we have to service at least 800 million people, we are looking at kind of controllable, manageable traffic usage, and the systems will put in place in such a way that it can optimize some of this traffic, like an offline delivery and things like that. The designs will take care of that, but it is an important point. I do not want to deny that. It's an important point. We will have to discussion. We need to have a discussion around this as well. Thank you for bringing it up. Winston would continue.
Let me just add to that. In terms of the subsea fiber, as it relates to the component that goes down to the Grenadines, that is supposed to be executed under open access provisions, right? Under the CASIP, I could recall that there was the implementation of an internet exchange point. I'm not too sure if it is functioning, but I know one was done under CASIP.
Okay, thank you. Any more? We see a hand over here. Go right ahead. Your name and institution represented.
Okay. I am Chrislyn Goldburn-Harry, but I'll be reading a question that was posted on the live chat on YouTube. Yes. Okay. So this question was posted by Mark. Availability is vital to the provision of services in any sector. What aspect of redundancies will be built into the supporting hardware and software infrastructure to support continuity?
I think we have that. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very important question. The design is already taking care of this. Number one, there will be an upgraded data center with increased availability and backup and recovery. That will be designed and implemented during this project. Number two, we are also looking at the government's entire business continuity operations. Business continuity is different from IT disaster recovery. Business continuity involves business processes that needs to be backed up and supported. And we are going to embark on a business continuity impact analysis as part of this project, and then put in place controls for the various ministries, departments, agencies. Number three, with the consolidated data center, the service delivery will be concentrated, and it will act as a shared service model. for the IT service delivery. I'm not talking about business operations. IT service delivery, very likely it will be consolidated as an IT service, a shared service. So therefore, we are looking at an economy of scale and also a concentrated data center with adequate backup and recovery that is already planned. Will address the continuity of IT services as well.
Thank you. And we want to thank the online audience for participating. Keep sending your questions, comments. With time allow, we will try to take all of them. But we have another question, comment in the room, a hand in the back. Sorry. Go ahead.
Rudy Daniel from retired. Okay. I just really want to say something about a comment that Kazwala and Claire made. And I think it's kind of important because I was trying to ask a question. I wasn't sure how to ask it because within the complex environment of digital government, we don't always understand what's going on at all the levels. So I was really concerned about when you build a national network, like a government network, who is responsible for the interface between that network and the global network? You know, that's number one. Number two is like, if you have a national network, then I would suspect that it's the government who is controlling that network and not an external party, okay? Now, over and above that, when we build a network here, we have to be also be aware of the fact that we also need to communicate with our neighboring governments, like the OECS, and we need to have a platform that allows us to do that. And also we have not only we have national, we have sub-regional, and then we have regional. So we need to tie all that together in some kind of digital string, okay? But what I'm concerned about is that some of the governments in the region are already taking the view that they need to control their own networks, and so they control their interface between their national networks and the global internet. In that, you know, I mean, I think St. Kitts was the first to have autonomous number on their networks, and slowly it's going through, but I don't think we've gone to that stage yet. Because you did mention that you're going to have a data center. So who manages the data center, and what is the relationship between a provider and the national data center, which has various levels of security? That's it. Thank you.
That's a lot of, I think we need, I'm not going to try to help you guys here. We need the network specialist to help to answer the question. I see where you're going, but maybe the able men on the platform can help us answer that.
Yeah, we have the expert here, actual person who is maintaining such things. But just at the outset, I would like to say that the network will be layered, right? So at the network level, there are different things, like regional, governmental, and things like that. But the underlying connectivity is the internet, a global internet. By consolidation of the network has significant operational efficiencies, but that's a regional initiative, right? But for the purpose of the digital transformation, we are looking at basically two layers, abstracted level. One is the government network, which is already working, and then Koswalan mentioned about increasing its bandwidth. It's already available. It's robust. It's already available. It will service all these applications we are thinking. For the citizens or public to access it, they have their own private internet access. We would like them to pay less. That is a different conversation. Price discussions with the ISPs. But they have access by paying money to the ISP. And the connectivity between the internet and the government network is automatically enabled because the government has put in place the network infrastructure. So the connectivity will be seamless. For the purpose, for the bubble of the government service in the St. Vincent and Grenadines, the basic infrastructure is already available. Only one point of discussions will be the price point for the consumer's perspective. That is something we have to discuss separately. That's all, and I would like to add something.
The way we try to deal with this in terms of, first I want to establish that the government has already procured for over the past 3 or 4 years its own ASN number and a block of 254 public IP addresses. And we are also contemplating buying more. We try to build a robust and a very highly redundant system in the sense that we have procured bandwidth from Flow and Digicel, and we are in the process of doing an ISP failover, right? As a matter of fact, you might have seen me go out the room a little earlier. I was getting a call from one of the providers to get Flow to give me their ASN number, you understand me? And to get them to broadcast the block of IP addresses. So the government services will always be up and running. In terms of how we deal with the public and the security and so on, we do a lot of network segmentation. And with services like, for instance, the EP and so on, we try to do a PCI compliant type of network and so on. That will be a type of layer on top of what we have to ensure that people's money are, are secure and so on. Their personally identifiable information and so on, right? But, these are small economies. And often government, in order to start up very important things, do not have the share capital up front. So we partner with the private sector. We have a 15-year managed service contract. I do not know what will happen when that contract is ended. I guess the government of the day would make that determination, right? But definitely, for the purpose of government, as much as possible, we try our best to ensure that control, the autonomy, the structure for managing the network remains within government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick time check. We scheduled for lunch at 12:15. I don't think we want to go beyond that, except we can take a vote to continue. However, we have someone with us for whom we would like to take advantage of their expertise. So they have volunteered or they have been co-opted to do a brief presentation. So we have time, 5 minutes for one more question, after which we would take that presentation. And if we would like to continue with our president's permission, take some of the lunch time, but we talk about that. So at this time, we have time for one more question, and it should be done in 5 minutes. Go right ahead, my friend.
My name is Lancelot Chapman. I am a director for music rights in St. Vincent and Grenadines for ECHO Incorporated. I'm listening to you talking about the digital transformation, and dealing with the digital transformation is just about the government at this point. So you are digitally transforming the government, and I am wondering if it would have been expedient for this program to have included some of the private sector and perhaps some of the education institutions as part of the digital transmission effort along with the government, because of the cost factor and all that, and time factor, so that when you come to them, at least some sectors of the population would be better prepared.
Okay. Do you have any response?
I would seek to respond to your concern or to your submission in 2 ways. Under the project, what we, in engaging outside of the government, we are looking at what you call a digital transformation strategy. And that in itself addresses a roadmap over the next 3 to 5 years in terms of digital transformation in other sectors outside of government. So you talk about the creative and cultural industries and how they fit into the overall process. So that is a consultation that has been going on. And as I indicated in the presentation, we are going to do a validation of that strategy. Okay, these are things that different stakeholders indicate that are critical in the broader economy. Is that something from your organization that is crucial or critical in that process? So we talk about also tourism, agriculture, health, education, etc., all the different sectors. Secondly, I go back to the whole matter of change management. And in the change management process, going forward, we have to engage all sectors.
Okay, thank you for your questions. If there are any other questions, you can hold them. We would see if we can accommodate them. But at this time, we need to take the next. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, not about this. So we are available for consultations for lunch. So I would like to meet different stakeholders informally, like what you shared. So I'm open for discussions. I'd like to actually meet if there are anybody from different ministries, department, agencies. We can talk about what you're doing in your agencies and how we can adapt. Also from the private sector, I'd like to learn from the capacity that you bring to the table. Either it is an education sector or an IT sector. So please feel free to talk to me. We'll have an informal chat around your industry as well.
Okay, thank you. As a moderator, you've got to give me some grace here. This is so important, and thank you for being willing to be engaged. That I would suggest that we have a more formal approach to this, where you can really meet with these stakeholders. You probably meet informally and set up some time to get everyone's input. Because over lunch, your stomach is so busy digesting food that there's no time to think and really focus. So it's just my suggestion. However, at this time, we need to take the next presenter. This person will be presenting on Human Development Service Delivery Project. Thank you. He's Martin Sheen. He has been an IT consultant for over 10 years in the banking and IT sector. He had several infrastructure development in banking and software development projects in vacation home rental sector in the last 5 years. Currently director and secretary of the Kingston Cooperative Credit Union and also the chairman of the IT Governance Committee for the credit union, which he leads the IT projects, heads the IT projects. He's currently the IT consultant for the Social Assistance Management Information Services under the Human Development Service Delivery Project by the World Bank. Let us all join me in welcoming Martin Sheen.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's lunchtime, but I would hope this slide will be more of an appetizer. So what is SAMIS? This is pretty much what is going to help the Ministry of Mobilization, which is the ministry that focuses on helping the vulnerable persons in St. Vincent and Grenadines, doing the social assistance, or better term that is local is poor reliefs and all those type of aspects. Now, after consultations, I think this project would have been going on for about 6 years. We're now down to the last few months ending December. Now, we focus on getting the infrastructure in place, working with ITSD, putting in all the servers that is needed. Now we're in the stage of getting the whole software built out, and we have selected Synergy as the consultant that will lead that area for the social assistance. So what is the challenge in social protection? What was identified is the administering social safety net. It can be complex, ineffective, and burdensome. Fragmentation can be frustrating, costly, and inefficient. So from that, this software now would help in these areas of improvement, which is for in the section of people, need to go to multiple offices for separate social programs. The travel costs will also reduce. Waiting in long lines, we know that is something that's what people need these type of assistance quickly. Providing the same documents over and over, that is a little bit redundant, and also the documents tend to disappear. So a proper management, electronic management of all these information will be put in place. All right. For the social, I will skip this part with administration. For the social planning and finance agencies, there's a lack of information on profile of the needs and conditions of the population. Who benefits from which programs, gaps and duplication in coverage, potential synergies in bundle of benefits and services, and where does the money go, which is pretty much the key area of putting in a social protection system. The government wants to capture as much persons who are vulnerable and at least manage the money more cost effectively going forward. Next slide shows the underlying framework of the social assistance. You have the assess, the enrollment, and then provide and the management of it. Project scope. To conduct a comprehensive review of the relevant documentation on social assistance program in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Develop transformation plan and review governance framework to support transition to the new social assistance management information system. Assist in the selection of partners to implement systems to support the transformation, monitor the implementation of the system, manage various civil society stakeholder relationship, and build capacity. As I mentioned, we're working along with ITSD. There are other stakeholder components with other ministries in St. Vincent. We have to work with NIS, also electoral office, just to name a few. Now, the overall objective of SAMIS, provision of a central social registry that will be used to support intake, enrollment, administration, and referral process for the social safety net. Drive the improvement in business process while strengthening operational procedures, as well as improving the monitoring and evaluation. Build internal capacity amongst key stakeholder entities, support improved public communication and beneficiary education. As indicated, the software consultant that was tasked to developing the social protection system is Synergy. They have done consultation on the ground in the month of July. We're currently going through the design phase of the software, and hopefully we are targeting to start the actual testing of this system in the month of October. Just a big background, Synergy, this project, or this category of the project, is something that they have done software development for in other islands like Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, and Barbados. Right, SAMIS changes. So currently, you would say is more of an ad hoc layout. The persons come in, reporting to the officers, given the information, then sometimes the information is going missing or they actually have to start back over the application process. But having a proper system to streamline this process would have a faster intake in evaluation, the assessment not dependent on the movement of paper files, and less manual work. So with that streamlined process being done, we currently would say, based on the case studies, that the process period would have been around 3 to 4 weeks in certain evaluation cases, especially from outreach, where the officers are meeting persons in the community. Now, over time, it will not be a solution that gives a quick solution in the time frame being decreased at once, but over a period of time, it will be shortened based on all the other features that will be put in place. So in year 1 process, you would say, in estimate, it would be around 2 weeks, year 2, 1 week, and year 3 would be around 4 days in processing time period. As indicated, the software information implementation is scheduled for October. And I think I end for any questions. Thank you very much for listening to the presentation.
Thank you, Shane. Now let's give him a bigger round of applause. The fact that he didn't get a question doesn't mean he didn't do a good presentation. Okay, time check. Our lunch is scheduled for 12:15. However, because we had to take a last-minute presentation, we just ask us to bear with us a little bit more. We have a question. I'm going to take maybe 1 or 2 questions before lunch. I just wish to remind us that this is only the start, because we have another segment which begins at 1:30. And if you think this morning was interesting and informative, you have to come back this evening, because it's going to be even greater. This afternoon, open source technology, are there opportunities for business? And I'd be interested in that. Digital skills for empowering individuals and communities. A lot of the stuff that was mentioned earlier this morning, they're going to be answered this afternoon. And I think Winston, he's not in the room, but he kept talking about change management. There's going to be an entire presentation around that this afternoon. And there's a round table, which would be chaired by Theresa Daniel. How can we miss that? On the panel will be Albert Daniels, Willis Williams, and Winston George. So there's still a lot in store. Please don't go after lunch. Stay around with us for an interesting afternoon. At this time, we would take 1 or 2 questions. Yes, it's going to be from one of our online users. Well, you're not putting the moderator in the chair, so let's have the facilitators come up, Winston and Raj Hart. Could you take the chair, please? You can go ahead with the question. They're listening.
Okay.
While they take their seat.
This question is from Van Burn Harry via the live chat on YouTube. And he says, this project requires all hands on deck. Technical capacity is critical. Is the project financially robust to solicit these services, the private sector, where a lot of technical capacity is available?
Did you get the question, facilitators? Okay.
Yes, it requires everybody's participation, right? That's why we are here to meet with you. We'll be in other forums as well. If you have something to offer, you have listened to this presentation, you have something to offer, you can approach us, we'll have a conversation. But more formally, We have a very strong project management approach. I represent Ernst & Young. We are contracted for this project. I have a team of 10 people, specialists, who are working on different areas, not only technical, but also things like change management, project management, cybersecurity, and things like that. We advise PIU on the project implementation. And the implementation projects, they have to go through a proper procurement process mandated by World Bank. So every single implementation project will be available in the internet for anybody to participate, right? So it is an open and transparent procurement. So if you have something to offer, knowing that this project is coming up, there might be something available for you when that procurement might come up in the future, because we are talking about a lot of procurements. We will also be seeking individual consultants' help on specific areas while we are implementing these projects. Therefore, if you have something to offer, please consult me or Mr. Winston. We will talk to you about what we can bring to the table. Right? Thank you.
I just want to take the opportunity to put on the table the whole matter. It came up in terms of maintenance of the services that we are providing, the whole matter of sustainability. And one of the drivers behind what we do in terms of the project has to do with the whole matter of total cost of ownership. Hence, some of the systems, apart from just the commercial off-the-shelf systems that you configure and modify, some of them are very complex. The tax information management system, that is the big component under the project. And that is very complex. So more than likely you have to go to the market and get a vendor to assist with implementation. But in terms of foundational systems, like your civil registry systems and your ID systems, these hold a lot of population, citizen data and so forth. And you tend to want to own those sort of systems. What I would want to say though, is that expertise within country, and this is a general statement, expertise within country, government is a major part of the economy. Government use different systems from time to time. You need to understand what are these systems, what are the underlying programming languages and all these things that help sustain. In the case of some of the open source systems, rather than sometimes going outside the country or even outside the region, these services could be provided within countries. So you need to have an understanding of what these systems are and also be available to provide that kind of support.
Okay, thanks for the question for one of our online listeners. Is there any other questions? We have time for one more. Or comment? I take it we're ready for lunch. At this time, I'd invite John Kodogan. She's going to give us the prayer for the lunch. So it's going to be lunchtime. To those online audience, we would resume at 1:30 with the second phase of today's program. John Quill.
Thank you very much. This lunch will be very beneficial to you in this case. Our Father and our God, we just want to give you thanks and praise for all that has happened. We continue to look to you for your divine control, and we ask that you will bless what we have to eat and make it beneficial to us in Jesus' name. Amen.
I think the lunch is straight ahead through the glass door, not downstairs, straight ahead, right here. Thank you very much. See you at 1:30.
Hi all, in today's video we'll talk about the internet and find out how it works. If you thought that the internet works by satellite, find out that you were wrong. So how does the internet work and where does it come from? Before starting this video, don't forget to activate the subtitles and smash the like button. The internet is everywhere but still nowhere. He is on the phone, TV, or computer, but where exactly does he come from? Every time you receive a notification, access a site, or send an email, the data is sent via cables that are found all over the globe and so reach the recipient. The data you want to access on the internet is very far away from you and is stored at companies such as Google, Facebook, or other hosting companies. From here, your data may be transmitted to you via a satellite. But this is useless because the bandwidth of a satellite is very limited and leads to long delays. So what's the solution? Well, find out that data on the internet circulates mostly through fiber optic cables that cross the earth under seas and oceans, among sharks and other strange creatures. The cables are very, very thick to protect the optical fiber inside, which is very fragile and sensitive. These cables are connected to landing stations located on the shores of the oceans, and from there the internet goes to an entire continent, forming a huge network. If we found out where the internet comes from, now let's see how it works. To better understand, let's take a concrete case. Let's say you want to access certain data from the internet from a phone or a laptop that is connected to the internet via cable or Wi-Fi via a router. The data you want to access, for example a video on YouTube, is stored in a data center on an SSD of a server. But how does this data get to you? Any device connected to the internet is identified by a unique group of numbers called the IP address. And the IP address of your phone or laptop, for example, is given by your internet service provider. Also, the server where the data you want to access is stored also has an IP address. So, through the IP, the information has a sender and a recipient. Moreover, if you want to access Google.com, for example, it also has an IP address hidden under a domain name to be easier to use. Because for us humans, it's much easier for us to remember Google.com than to remember numbers like 105.39.4.284. This is where DNS technology comes in, which works like a phone book. Specifically, DNS associates a name for each website IP address in the world. From here, this data request that you made is transmitted to the respective server and the data transfer to you starts. The data flows through the fiber optic cable system in the form of light pulses and thus reaches your router. From here, the data is transmitted by the router in the form of electrical signals via internet cable or Wi-Fi. But what if you use the internet through mobile data? Well, the signal is transmitted through the same optical cables to a cell tower, and from here the internet is transmitted to you in the form of electromagnetic waves. In the end, I think it's quite important to know what the internet is and where it comes from, given that we use it daily, and without it our lives would have been much harder in all respects. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video. See you in the next video.
Jai, Brown, Vincy, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. Paradise, SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincy girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we don't have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey, Vincy me come from, and I will never sell out my heritage. So if you're looking for me, don't worry, you can find me up in the hills. I'm doing it the Vincy way. I wish every day was Vincy day. So if you're proud of your country, put up on your hands and say, from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Whoa, yeah. Radler, Skinny Fellas. This island is mine. Oh, 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 oh.
Hi all, in today's video we'll talk about the internet and find out how it works. If you thought that the internet works by satellite, find out that you were wrong. So how does the internet work and where does it come from? Before starting this video, don't forget to activate the subtitles and smash the like button. The internet is everywhere but still nowhere. He is on the phone, TV, or computer, but where exactly does he come from? Every time you receive a notification, access a site, or send an email, the data is sent via cables that are found all over the globe and so reach the recipient. The data you want to access on the internet is very far away from you and is stored at companies such as Google, Facebook, or other hosting companies. From here, your data may be transmitted to you via a satellite. But this is useless because the bandwidth of a satellite is very limited and leads to long delays. So what's the solution? Well, find out that data on the internet circulates mostly through fiber optic cables that cross the earth under seas and oceans, among sharks and other strange creatures. The cables are very, very thick to protect the optical fiber inside, which is very fragile and sensitive. These cables are connected to landing stations located on the shores of the oceans, and from there, the internet goes to an entire continent, forming a huge network. If we found out where the internet comes from, now let's see how it works. To better understand, let's take a concrete case. Let's say you want to access certain data from the internet from a phone or a laptop that is connected to the internet via cable or Wi-Fi via a router. The data you want to access, for example a video on YouTube, is stored in a data center on an SSD of a server. But how does this data get to you? Any device connected to the internet is identified by a unique group of numbers called the IP address. And the IP address of your phone or laptop, for example, is given by your internet service provider. Also, the server where the data you want to access is stored also has an IP address. So, through the IP, the information has a sender and a recipient. Moreover, if you want to access Google.com, for example, it also has an IP address hidden under a domain name to be easier to use. Because for us humans, it's much easier for us to remember Google.com than to remember numbers like 105.39.4.284. This is where DNS technology comes in, which works like a phone book. Specifically, DNS associates a name for each website IP address in the world. From here, this data request that you made is transmitted to the respective server and the data transfer to you starts. The data flows through the fiber optic cable system in the form of light pulses and thus reaches your router. From here, the data is transmitted by the router in the form of electrical signals via internet cable or Wi-Fi. But what if you use the internet through mobile data? Well, the signal is transmitted through the same optical cables to a cell tower, and from here the internet is transmitted to you in the form of electromagnetic waves. In the end, I think it's quite important to know what the internet is and where it comes from, given that we use it daily, and without it our lives would have been much harder in all respects. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video. See you in the next video.
Man, woman, Jai, Brown, Vincy, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. I'm from paradise, SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincy girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey, Vincy me come from, and I will never sell out my heritage. So if you're looking for me, don't worry, you can find me up in the hills. I'm doing it the Vincy way. I wish every day was Vincy day. So if you're proud of your country, put up on your hands and say, from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Whoa, yeah. Radler, Skinny Palace. Oh, this island is mine. Oh, 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 oh.
Hi all, in today's video we'll talk about the internet and find out how it works. If you thought that the internet works by satellite, find out that you were wrong. So how does the internet work and where does it come from? Before starting this video, don't forget to activate the subtitles and smash the like button. The internet is everywhere but still nowhere. He is on the phone, TV, or computer, but where exactly does he come from? Every time you receive a notification, access a site, or send an email, the data is sent via cables that are found all over the globe and so reach the recipient. The data you want to access on the internet is very far away from you and is stored at companies such as Google, Facebook, or other hosting companies. From here, your data may be transmitted to you via a satellite. But this is useless because the bandwidth of a satellite is very limited and leads to long delays. So what's the solution? Well, find out that data on the internet circulates mostly through fiber optic cables that cross the earth under seas and oceans, among sharks and other strange creatures. The cables are very, very thick to protect the optical fiber inside, which is very fragile and sensitive. These cables are connected to landing stations located on the shores of the oceans, and from there the internet goes to an entire continent, forming a huge network. If we found out where the internet comes from, now let's see how it works. To better understand, let's take a concrete case. Let's say you want to access certain data from the internet from a phone or a laptop that is connected to the internet via cable or Wi-Fi via a router. The data you want to access, for example a video on YouTube, is stored in a data center on an SSD of a server. But how does this data get to you? Any device connected to the internet is identified by a unique group of numbers called the IP address. And the IP address of your phone or laptop, for example, is given by your internet service provider. Also, the server where the data you want to access is stored also has an IP address. So, through the IP, the information has a sender and a recipient. Moreover, if you want to access Google.com, for example, it also has an IP address hidden under a domain name to be easier to use. Because for us humans, it's much easier for us to remember Google.com than to remember numbers like 105.39.4.284. This is where DNS technology comes in, which works like a phone book. Specifically, DNS associates a name for each website IP address in the world. From here, this data request that you made is transmitted to the respective server and the data transfer to you starts. The data flows through the fiber optic cable system in the form of light pulses and thus reaches your router. From here, the data is transmitted by the router in the form of electrical signals via internet cable or Wi-Fi. But what if you use the internet through mobile data? Well, the signal is transmitted through the same optical cables to a cell tower, and from here the internet is transmitted to you in the form of electromagnetic waves. In the end, I think it's quite important to know what the internet is and where it comes from, given that we use it daily, and without it our lives would have been much harder in all respects. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video. See you in the next video.
mountains, high, man, woman, shy, proud, Vincy, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. I'm from paradise, SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincy girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey, Vincy me come from, and I will never sell out my heritage. So if you're looking for me, don't worry, you can find me up in the hills. I'm doing it the Vincy way. I wish every day was Vincy day. So if you're proud of your country, put up on your hands and say, from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Whoa, yeah. Radler, Skinny Palace. Oh, this island is mine. Oh, 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 oh.
Hi all, in today's video we'll talk about the internet and find out how it works. If you thought that the internet works by satellite, find out that you were wrong. So how does the internet work and where does it come from? Before starting this video, don't forget to activate the subtitles and smash the like button. The internet is everywhere but still nowhere. He is on the phone, TV, or computer, but where exactly does he come from? Every time you receive a notification, access a site, or send an email, the data is sent via cables that are found all over the globe and so reach the recipient. The data you want to access on the internet is very far away from you and is stored at companies such as Google, Facebook, or other hosting companies. From here, your data may be transmitted to you via a satellite. But this is useless because the bandwidth of a satellite is very limited and leads to long delays. So what's the solution? Well, find out that data on the internet circulates mostly through fiber optic cables that cross the earth under seas and oceans among sharks and other strange creatures. The cables are very, very thick to protect the optical fiber inside, which is very fragile and sensitive. These cables are connected to landing stations located on the shores of the oceans, and from there, the internet goes to an entire continent, forming a huge network. If we found out where the internet comes from, now let's see how it works. To better understand, let's take a concrete case. Let's say you want to access certain data from the internet from a phone or a laptop that is connected to the internet via cable or Wi-Fi via a router. The data you want to access, for example, a video on YouTube, is stored in a data center on an SSD of a server. But how does this data get to you? Any device connected to the internet is identified by a unique group of numbers called the IP address. And the IP address of your phone or laptop, for example, is given by your internet service provider. Also, the server where the data you want to access is stored also has an IP address. So, through the IP, the information has a sender and a recipient. Moreover, if you want to access Google.com, for example, it also has an IP address hidden under a domain name to be easier to use. Because for us humans, it's much easier for us to remember Google.com than to remember numbers like 105.39.4.284. This is where DNS technology comes in, which works like a phone book. Specifically, DNS associates a name for each website IP address in the world. From here, this data request that you made is transmitted to the respective server and the data transfer to you starts. The data flows through the fiber optic cable system in the form of light pulses and thus reaches your router. From here, the data is transmitted by the router in the form of electrical signals via internet cable or Wi-Fi. But what if you use the internet through mobile data? Well, the signal is transmitted through the same optical cables to a cell tower, and from here the internet is transmitted to you in the form of electromagnetic waves. In the end, I think it's quite important to know what the internet is and where it comes from, given that we use it daily, and without it our lives would have been much harder in all respects. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video. See you in the next video.
mountains. Aye, aye, aye. Man, woman, shy, aye, aye. Proud, Vincy, hands up high. And let me hear you say,
somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. I'm from paradise, SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wait and say, wait and say. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincy girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey, Vincy me come from, and I will never sell out my heritage. So if you're looking for me, don't worry, you can find me up in the hills. I'm doing it the Vincy way. I wish every day was Vincy day. So if you're proud of your country, put up on your hands and say, from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Whoa, yeah. Radner, Skinny Palace. This island is mine. Oh, 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 oh.
Hi all, in today's video we'll talk about the internet and find out how it works. If you thought that the internet works by satellite, find out that you were wrong. So how does the internet work and where does it come from? Before starting this video, don't forget to activate the subtitles and smash the like button. The internet is everywhere but still nowhere. He is on the phone, TV, or computer, but where exactly does he come from? Every time you receive a notification, access a site, or send an email, the data is sent via cables that are found all over the globe and so reach the recipient. The data you want to access on the internet is very far away from you and is stored at companies such as Google, Facebook, or other hosting companies. From here, your data may be transmitted to you via a satellite. But this is useless because the bandwidth of a satellite is very limited and leads to long delays. So what's the solution? Well, find out that data on the internet circulates mostly through fiber optic cables that cross the earth under seas and oceans, among sharks and other strange creatures. The cables are very, very thick to protect the optical fiber inside, which is very fragile and sensitive. These cables are connected to landing stations located on the shores of the oceans, and from there the internet goes to an entire continent, forming a huge network. If we found out where the internet comes from, now let's see how it works. To better understand, let's take a concrete case. Let's say you want to access certain data from the internet from a phone or a laptop that is connected to the internet via cable or Wi-Fi via a router. The data you want to access, for example a video on YouTube, is stored in a data center on an SSD of a server. But how does this data get to you? Any device connected to the internet is identified by a unique group of numbers called the IP address. And the IP address of your phone or laptop, for example, is given by your internet service provider. Also, the server where the data you want to access is stored also has an IP address. So, through the IP, the information has a sender and a recipient. Moreover, if you want to access Google.com, for example, it also has an IP address hidden under a domain name to be easier to use. Because for us humans, it's much easier for us to remember Google.com than to remember numbers like 105.39.4.284. This is where DNS technology comes in, which works like a phone book. Specifically, DNS associates a name for each website IP address in the world. From here, this data request that you made is transmitted to the respective server and the data transfer to you starts. The data flows through the fiber optic cable system in the form of light pulses and thus reaches your router. From here, the data is transmitted by the router in the form of electrical signals via internet cable or Wi-Fi. But what if you use the internet through mobile data? Well, the signal is transmitted through the same optical cables to a cell tower, and from here the internet is transmitted to you in the form of electromagnetic waves. In the end, I think it's quite important to know what the internet is and where it comes from, given that we use it daily, and without it our lives would have been much harder in all respects. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video. See you in the next video.
mountains. Aye, aye, aye. Man, woman, jai, aye, aye. Proud Vincy, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. Paradise, SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincy girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, you're not with me, you're not with me. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Good. And you're back this afternoon because you still learning, no? You still interacting. That's right. And we have a lot in store for you. We promise a lot. And we sure we will deliver. So what time is it now? It's quiz time. So I just want to see if we learn anything this morning. Who could tell me what ISOC stand for? Not those hands. I could tell you where we take the answer from. What does ISOC stand for? No, I'm not going to take that hand. Any other hand? I know the hands I will take the answer from. Yes, gentlemen? Internet Society. Wonderful. I need to tell me what ICON stand for. ICON. And I know who I will take the answer from. I will take it from Fanta. I'm not going to take it from the first hand. I could choose who I want to take it from. Wonderful. And then, the final question. What's tomorrow's session all about? What's tomorrow's session all about? I need a synopsis. Yes, Decima, I need a synopsis. I don't want to hear icon. What tomorrow's session all about? Today's all about like I Roadshow too. Who could tell me what tomorrow's session all about? Give me a synopsis. You have the agenda on your phone. So Fanta, what's your name? Yes. Gerald. So we have a gift for you on Friday. You have to come tomorrow and come Friday. Come tomorrow and come Friday. Decima, we have no gift for you because you did not tell me what tomorrow is all about. Anybody who want the gift for Friday, tell me what tomorrow is all about? Y'all shy? Anyway, you come tomorrow, you may answer another question and you might get gifts. You might have to come Friday and get a gift again. Right? Fair enough? Okay. So this afternoon is going to be excited. We continue our digital transformation outlook, and we have some exciting presentations. Sorry, I'm not one of them. But I want to welcome the new faces for this afternoon. And I am seeing our telecommunications, could I say guru, and one of our stalwarts in IT, Dr. Thompson in the house. Welcome. One of our partners of ISOC, NCTI, is in the house. Mr. Burke. Am I missing any new faces? Not Kazolan. I think I saw you this morning. Right, and I'm sure it's very open, so persons can come tomorrow if they missed today, and they can, tomorrow is beauty about it. By 12 o'clock we finish. So if you come early. And then the next day, by 12 o'clock we finish. So you have to come early. And then you can go back to your work and in regular programming. Fair enough? Yeah, fair enough for the time, so we don't take all of the time. Although it's worth to be here all the time. So thank you.
A round of applause for our president. Thank you, Roxanne. I just wish to say one thing before we begin. It was quite noticeable that on the trip back to the lunchroom, there was hardly anything to go in the garbage bin. And also, it's noticeable that one or two people make a U-turn after eating back to the lunchroom. So it tells me we should give a round of applause for the cooks. Very well done. I hope we can keep it up for the next 2 days. It was delicious and tasty. Let's keep that up. Last time I went to an event, it was too salt day one. We complained, they come back with vengeance. Anyway, so this afternoon we would be going up to, I think, 3:45, which includes an open forum, so we would have an opportunity to ask questions and give our comments. But we're going to begin today, this session, with open source technology. Are there opportunities for business? And this will be presented by Colin Brown, the Director, Information Technology Services Division. Colin is an ICT professional with over 16 years of experience. He currently holds position of Director of the Information Technology Services Division of the Government of St. Vincent, Grenadines. Colin started his IT career at the University of the Andes in Merida, Venezuela. During his tenure there, he was most notably part of the systems and networking team responsible for the implementation and maintenance of their distance learning platform. He has also worked in the telecommunications industry for the internet service provider Digicel as the head of business. While in Digicel, he specialized in business aspect of IT. He is also directly responsible for overseeing the implementation of Digicel's fiber to the home and business initiatives within the St. Vincent and Grenadines market. Colin is is fluent in Spanish and is an avid supporter of the best club team in the world, Real Madrid, CF. We earlier on at least identified one of the key challenges that would face us during digital transformation, and that is in telecommunications. So we got the right person on the hook. At this time, join me in welcoming Colin Brown.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's quite a flattering introduction. Okay, so this afternoon I'm going to speak on open source technology, essentially where it came from, where it's headed, and some of its applications to the business world. Before I start, if we were to evaluate the differences between open source and closed source technologies, open source being Linux-based technologies and closed source technologies such as Microsoft technologies. If we were to eliminate closed source technologies, we would have a lot of disgruntled end users who can't, complete their Word documents. If we were to eliminate open source technologies, there would not be a satellite in space today, right? So that's the vast difference between the two technologies. Now, open source is not a particularly exciting topic, especially for the layman who doesn't quite understand how, what it is and how it works and the day-to-day applications of it. So it wasn't an easy task putting together an exciting and palatable presentation. So for the purposes of this presentation, what I'll do is there are going to be a lot of concepts that I'm just going to touch on, but I will share at the end of the presentation the full presentation that explains each one of those concepts so that you can digest that on your own time. Okay, so let me just get this together before we get started. Right. Okay. So, what is open source? According to source.com, open source software is software with a source code that anyone can inspect, modify, and enhance. Now, what does that really mean? Essentially, if you had a program, in layman terms, if you had a program and you want to tailor that program to your needs, you can, because you have access to all the code that allows it to do just that. Difference between open source and closed source is closed source, you don't have access to that source code. So what you get is what you have to take and you make that work, right? What is the importance of the open source in today's technology landscape? So we have a list of these things, and again, we're going to touch on these. We're not going to go into too much detail, but innovation acceleration is, an important aspect of open source. What does that mean? Because open source is community driven, and by community I mean global community. So if you wanted to have, if somebody developed an open source software program, you have contributors from a global community. So that way it fosters rapid innovation. You compare that to an R&D department of any company. You need a hell of a lot of resources to put behind that R&D department to make sure that you develop whatever you're trying to develop at the same speed, right? So the fact that you have a global community to count on allows for that rapid acceleration of innovation. Accessibility and affordability. Now, open source is generally free, right? So there goes the affordability aspect of it, right? And accessibility means that open source essentially democratizes access to technology. So you no longer have a monopoly where you're reliant on X company to provide X software, right? Open source allows you access to to whatever there is out there on the open source arena. Customization and flexibility. Now, obviously, if you have access to the code, you have access to manipulate the code, so you can customize and tailor whatever you need to what your needs towards whatever your business requires. Security and transparency. Now, the approach that open source takes with let's touch on transparency first. The approach, because it's an open code, it's available for the scrutiny of anyone. So there is nothing that's hidden in that code that you cannot you cannot notice. The entire code is open. Now the security aspect of that is because the source code is open. The many eyes in quotation, many eyes allows you now to identify any potential vulnerabilities within that code. Collaboration and sharing knowledge. Well, this is the essence of open source. Again, it's community driven, so people are encouraged to share best practices, bug fixes, issues, resolution approaches, and stuff like that. Vendor neutrality. Well, so one of the things that businesses avoid is, or I would like to avoid, is vendor lock-ins, right? It is something that hampers businesses on a day-to-day basis, because once you're locked into a vendor, you're subject to licensing fees, etc., that does not allow you to develop and grow as quickly as you'd like to. Now, the vendor neutrality aspect of open source allows for more flexibility in that regard. So it mitigates against vendor lock-ins. Community building, again, it speaks to the collaborative nature of open source software. And again, earlier in this slide, we discussed the global collaboration, collaborative nature of open source. Again, anyone, once you have the requisite skill set, anyone can contribute to any project, any open source project that exists today. Fostering ethical practices. Well, how this applies is if I'm working on a code, let's say I have a small cohort of colleagues working on a code in my home. The potential for negative things to happen is easier, because I can simply conspire a small group of people and conspire to do something that perhaps is less than ethical. When you have worldwide scrutiny, it's a little bit more difficult to do something like that. And longevity and sustainability. Now, the lifespan of an open source project it can go on for quite a long time, because you're not guided by business practices. So let's say, for example, if I were a company that produced program X, and program X is not a big seller on the market, I might be inclined to squash program X. But then I have 6 customers that are using program X. What do they do after that? Right? They have to now go and pivot and go in a different direction, buy a different software, because I decided program X wasn't sustainable to my P&L. Now in open source, you have a whole community that can continue to develop that software even after the initial engineers or software developers have moved on to a different project. Right. So just to give a bit of history on the evolution of open source software. So in the early days, which predates 1980, that was essentially the conceptual era of open source. This is where developers spoke about being able to share code and share ideas and developmental ideas, software development ideas across different communities, on different projects. Now, after the 1980s, or during the 1980s, sorry, that became the hacker culture. So you would see a lot of movies, a lot of people talk about writing code and code injection and stuff like that. That was, so open source at that time was more of a hacker culture. Only the hackers were talking about it. Now, in the 1990s, with the rise of the internet, you saw more collaboration, and this is where you see now the what they call the Linux kernel, which is essentially the baseline of open source being developed. In the late 90s, early 2000s, you saw business adoption. So during that era, you saw IBM developing open source software. In the 2000s, you saw software foundations being coming around. You saw Apache Software and Mozilla Foundation. Those were established in the early 2000s. And in the 2010s is where you really saw open source really taking a footing in the ICT community. So you saw open source software beyond, so that's when they started the implementation of open source hardware and open data, so not only a software aspect, but hardware as well. Major tech companies like Google and Microsoft started actively contributing to open source projects. You saw the emergence of open source communities, and a focus on sustainability also took hold in the 2010s. Now in the 2020s, this is this modern era where open source is now essentially a fundamental part of the software industry. As a matter of fact, today there are quite a number of developing countries that use open source as the foundation for a lot of the back-end platforms. And by back-end platforms, I mean databases and things of that nature. So the core principles of open source, as mentioned earlier: freedom of use to modify and distribute software, access to the source code and transparency, collaborative development, and community-driven projects. So those are the three main core principles that open source was built upon. The benefits of open source now, and this would apply to both the individual and businesses, would be the cost effectiveness and reduced licensing fees. Now, for the most part, open source does not require licensing. So that in a business application is huge. Most of what we spend today in businesses revolves around recurring licenses, and it from the time you mention cost savings to a business, conversation probably doesn't move further than that, and open source it allows for that. Rapid innovation and development. If you're an open source user, you would know that there are versions and updates and patches that comes out on a very regular basis. And you wonder, it almost rivals the same speed at which closed source updates and patches come out. And you often wonder, how does that happen? Well, you know, there's a team of people sitting, doing these things for the most part pro bono. You know, it's all, again, in the essence of collaboration and progress that these guys, you know, put the time and effort into developing the open source code. Customization and flexibility. Well, I think that speaks for itself. If I buy a program for $10 and it says it's going to do X, it does exactly X. It doesn't do X.1, doesn't X and Y, it doesn't do X, Y, and Z, it does X. If you wanted to do X and Y, you pay for an add-on. And that add-on does X and Y. You want to do X, Y, and Z, you pay for that as well. With open source, you have the ability to expand on the source code, so you can actually add to it. You can modify it to make it do. If it doesn't do a specific thing, you can modify the code to allow it to do what you want it to do. So there's a lot of flexibility there. And the security, again, anybody can access the code and scrutinize the code, which allows for, you know, ease of identifying, you know, potential vulnerabilities, etc. Right, so open source in business. Cost savings, primary benefit. Because again, for the most part, it's free. Customization, what do I want it to do? How can my business benefit from the adjustment and modification of this code that I bought? So let's assume that I own a business and I want a software, and the software needs to do X. In my business, I have an ICT department, and one of my engineers specializes in Linux. I can have that person take a look at the source code and adjust it at additional cost to me or to the business. You know, and that is a bigger law for companies that are open to going along the open source journey. Innovation, again, because you count on a global community. You know, it's almost unlimited resources. You know, so that allows for again, rapid innovation, rapid changes, even as it relates to system updates and upgrades. You know, because you're counting on a global community, it allows for very fast, very rapid innovation. Security. So there's a misconception that open source is less secure than closed source. That is a myth. Now, we don't know what exists in a closed source code because we don't see it. We're reliant on the group of people in that software development company to tell us, okay, there's a vulnerability in this code, and we're going to address it with a patch. Now, what does that mean? It's very similar to when a car company has to recall 10,000, 100,000 cars because of a brake defect, right? They have to evaluate what does it cost me to recall these cars. Similarly in business, what does a closed source software development company risk by saying, oh, there's a huge vulnerability in my code. I need to send out a patch. The patch is not going to be ready for the next 3 months. Everybody's gonna get off that software. Now, same thing can happen in open source, but what's the difference? If I am buying this software and I have a software development team behind me, I can take a look at this code, assess it, and let me know if there are any vulnerabilities that you can see. And this will happen in every pocket of the world. You know, they have access to this, they can see it, and they can do the same thing. So the speed at which you can recognize vulnerabilities is, you know, it's a lot faster, and it's not dependent on a company that may be driven by profit. Vendor lock-ins, businesses hate to hear this. You know, they don't want to be tied into one vendor. It is something that the government of St. Vincent is fervently trying to avoid. Vendor lock-ins, okay? Because you're gonna be paying that rent for the rest of your life. You know, so open source, because it offers options in similar solutions. You actually have it democratizes your access to the software. So gone are the days when you only have one software company providing a solution and you have to buy from them. Community support. Again, you count on a global community of developers. You know, they offer support documents, best practices, help to troubleshoot issues. They're all at your fingertips. Again, at no additional cost. There's no support licenses, which is what you experience with closed source systems. You buy it, but then you need to buy a support license if you want to count on a professional from that company to support your system, your business. Adoption and compatibility. Again, open source follows an open standard. Yeah, this is open standards promoting compatibility and interoperability with other systems. So this is not a situation where open source only plays nice with open source systems. There's actually interoperability across both open and closed source platforms. Contributions. Now, again, you might ask yourself, who funds a lot of these open source projects? Well, businesses fund. Businesses contribute to the open source projects. So that also, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, Google and Microsoft, they both saw the business benefits of contributing to open source development, open source platforms. In fact, they went ahead, and I'll give you an example. They went ahead and when the race for mobile handsets heated up in the 2000s, we say early 2000s, between, let's say 2000, 2005 to 2015 thereabout. And there were a lot of companies, a lot of players in the race at that time. Now it's only predominantly Apple and Android. But back then, they had Nokia, BlackBerry, as well. Sony Ericsson somewhere in the mix. Samsung just getting started. But everybody had a BlackBerry phone. at some point in the year 2000s, in the 2000s. And you can, I think if you can find 5 BlackBerry handsets in St. Vincent right now is a lot, right? And you ask yourself, why was that, right? And that's just an example of a company not being agile enough to get on board with open source. So BlackBerry, closed source platform, they refused to open their code up to developers, and they got left behind. You know, it again, but Android, these guys saw the benefits. They said, you know what, we can benefit from opening this up to a global community to build all these apps. You know, so those are not done in-house. Those are done by somebody in the home. They're done by a group of developers in X region. You know, so that is the collaborative nature of open source, and it's in that collaborative nature that it has its most power. Education and skill development. Open source also provides platforms for developers to learn, right? It has platforms for developers to enhance their skills, benefit from working next to or collaborating with somebody that has, you know, more advanced skill set than you, you know. And again, that is you know, one of the best ways you can learn is learn from somebody who is better than you are. If for anybody in here that plays chess, if you play chess with somebody that's not as good as you are, then you find your skills get worse. But if you play with people that are better than you, you'll be surprised how quickly you develop. So that is one of the benefits that open source offers in the education and skill set department. Licensing considerations. Now, because it's free, doesn't mean that there aren't licenses. There are licenses around intellectual property, and we'll touch on some of the licenses further later on in the presentation. But you know, there are licenses. One of the interesting things that you would, if you delve into the open source and the licensing component of open source, you would find that they often speak about copyleft. Now, a lot of people may not have even heard the concept of copyleft, but you know, that's open source, you know, explores the concept of copyleft, which is obviously very different to copyright. But you know, when I send out or circulate the full presentation, you'll have an appreciation for the copyleft concept. Okay, so for any business, if you're going to get involved in any product, you want to ensure there's a full ecosystem to support that product, right? So when we talk about the open source ecosystem, it simply refers to a collaborative and interconnected environment that revolves around the development, sharing, and use of open source software and related sources. Okay, so you're not gonna. That's a big concept we talk about today. What's the ecosystem that supports any product? Well, open source has a fairly in-depth and deep ecosystem. So some of the key components or key elements of the open source ecosystem include the open source software products, obviously. So we're looking at things like the Linux operating system, the Apache HTTP server, Mozilla Firefox, Python programming language. Those are some of the open source software projects. Community collaboration. Again, we've mentioned this several times. Again, it's one of the key components of open source. So you count on pockets of developers to aid with contributions to the source code, version control, hosting, and hosting platforms. So some of you may have heard of things like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. These are some of the version control platforms and hosting platforms that are part of the ecosystem. Open source licenses, GPL, MIT. These are also some examples of open source licenses. Documentation and sharing, again, a huge part of the whole open source ecosystem. Now, when you okay, I'm being asked to speed this up a little bit. All right, so again, the full presentation would outline a lot of these in detail, right? So package managers, this speaks to essentially the facility that developers use to ease the installation. So it's pretty similar to you know what the closed sourse platforms. You just click and the code gets compiled and installed. Events and conferences, non-profit organizations that contribute to the open source initiative, licenses and legal considerations, and obviously diversity and inclusion. Okay, so again, these are some of the licenses that exist for open source. Now, the open source licensing refers to the legal framework and permissions under which software, content, and other creative works are made available to the public, right? So even though these things are free and open to the public, there is still an intellectual property component that has to be taken into consideration, right? And these licenses speak to that. Now, open source is not without its challenges, and some of the strengths are also some of the weaknesses. Okay, so sustainability. Now, while you may count on huge inputs from a global community for big projects, there are smaller projects that simply fall by the wayside because shift in software developers, a shift in software developers' focus. So let's say I've been working on X project, and that project hasn't been didn't get a lot of uptake, or perhaps I've been pulled away to work on a bigger project. The focus there dwindles, and that project may fall by the wayside. So we've seen a lot of those happen in smaller open source undertakings. Community management, again, once you managing a global community is not a straightforward thing. So because of the complexities involved in managing such a huge community, that contributors may feel demotivated if things are not going, the way they think, or the project is heading in a direction that they may not necessarily be on board with. Documentation and user experience. Many open source projects, again, not the bigger ones, but the smaller, intermediate sized projects, they suffer from poor documentation, right? And making it hard for new users and contributors to understand how how to contribute and how to use, at that specific project. Open source projects can be vulnerable to security issues if not properly audited. So again, if you have a not so popular open source project taking place, it may not generate the buzz among the global community for you to get that, many eyes approach to the security aspect. So that is something that that plagues the certain open source projects. Licensing and legal issues, ensuring that contributions adhere to projects chosen licenses. That's another issue. Coordination and governance is another challenge that that open source projects may face. So we're just going to skip forward into the future of open source, and we're getting close to the end. Okay. So there isn't really a hard and fast roadmap for where open source is headed. It's anybody's guess. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, right? But it is unlikely that open source is going to go anywhere. Again, it's very interwoven into many of today's huge and greatly and important projects across the world, and with the new wave of AI coming on stream again, a lot of AI is based on open source platforms, or open source software and open source code, right? So we expect open source software to gain further widespread adoption across industries. We expect increased collaboration and community involvement. We expect to see a lot more governments and cooperation that has limited resources to implement open source with more or be more open to open source platforms, again because of the small startup required. So it is very unlikely that open source is going to the popularity is going to dwindle. In fact, I see open source taking more sort of a foothold across both developing countries, as well as bigger businesses who are looking for more flexibility with the software that they employ. There's also a focus on sustainability, right? As open source projects grow in complexity, the importance of sustainability becomes a critical issue, and maintaining and supporting these projects and required resources, comes into play. Security and privacy concerns. I want to touch on this in particular. Now, there's a heavy reliance on open source software, and once there's a heavy reliance, there is going to be a focus by the people that are want to do malicious with malicious intent, will be focusing on whatever is popular. You know, so again, the global community approach to security is going to play a major role. You know, and because open source doesn't have a trajectory of becoming less popular, this is really going to come into play. Again, if the difference we see with open source and closed source is the fact that they don't have, the closed source companies don't have the resources, don't always have the resources to simply maintain the security component as well as an open source global community does. And you know, with that, I'll end there because I think I'm out of time.
A big round of applause. He's got so much enthusiasm. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And he's in the right space. Our next presentation is on digital skill tools for empowering individuals and communities, and it will be presented by Simone Joseph Olivier, currently Assistant Director in ITSD. Simone Olivier has spent most of her career working in the ICT sector, from an IT teacher to a web designer to a project officer for ICT for development, and now to her current role as Assistant Director for the e-government unit at the Information Technology Services Division within the ministry, responsible for information technology. She holds a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Law in Innovation Technology and Law. She's a career coach who enjoys working with girls and young women and is passionate about women's empowerment in the field of technology. Her passion in this area led to a recently published article in the Caribbean Telecommunications Unit in the KNOW online newsletter on the topic, Can Career Mentorship Help to Bridge the Gender Digital Divide in the Caribbean? She's also a regional point of contact for the CTU's network of women. She's bilingual English and Spanish and enjoys traveling and networking. Please join me in welcoming Simone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'm just going to ask for your permission to come closer. I think I'll feel a bit more comfortable walking around instead of restraining myself to the podium. Okay? So thank you for the opportunity to present on a topic which I really like, digital skills, and I hope this afternoon we would gain some sort of knowledge about what or how we can apply ourselves in this technology field, but specifically when it comes to our skills online. And if you do not know, or you do not know enough already, that you will get some more insight this afternoon, okay? So I'm gonna start with, hope I'm not too far away. Oh, I think I'm clicking to the wrong. Where is the yeah. Okay, so there's one example of what we're going to talk about. How do we apply ourselves to the technology, the skills that we are using, okay? Digital skills. So I want to ask a question before I go further. You could see it on the screen. It says, imagine you woke up tomorrow, and I'm going to ask for your participation. And I did not put it in my bio, but I was a teacher. Well, I think it was in my bio, IT teacher. So, and you know what teachers do when students don't participate, right? You know? What do they do? Pick on them? Call names? Okay. So that's why we want volunteers this afternoon. So imagine you wake up tomorrow morning, and this life that you have now, it's basically changed, disappeared. You don't have any cell phone, no internet. Oh, look at Albert when he heard that. No cell phone, no internet, no television, no devices, no smartwatch, nothing to say Alexa or hey Google, nothing to say clean my floor, put on my lights. Everything basically is gone. No game console. I want you to just imagine that life. Imagine you woke up like that tomorrow morning. How would you feel? What would be your first reaction? What is it you're going to miss? And I'm going to ask persons. Decima is going to help me on this side with the microphone. I'll stay on this side. Okay? And I'm going to ask a volunteer. How would you feel if this happens to you? What would be your first reaction? Claire is going to tell us while somebody over here gets ready so that we don't waste a lot of time. Okay?
I would think I died.
You might pinch yourself to see if you're alive. Okay, good.
Well,
good?
For me, finally, I'd be able to relax. I'd be able to meditate all day and just chill. So
you sure that's
I'm
how
sure.
you're going to feel?
I'm absolutely
because
sure.
when I said no phone, no internet, you jump.
Yeah, because I was happy.
Okay, good. Samantha?
The question I was asking is, it's only for one day.
What? Well, we don't know because remember we don't know what happens the other day.
Okay.
So imagine it's like now we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. But I'm telling you, this is what you're waking up to tomorrow.
I will take it for one day.
You'll take it for one day? Okay, good.
I will take the world has ended.
Okay, I think somebody over there has their hand up. Rudy?
I can't remember the question. What's the question?
You wake up tomorrow morning and you find yourself having no internet, no cell phone, no technology, no access to it. It doesn't exist, basically. What do you do? How do you operate? How would you feel? What would be your first reaction?
I don't know, but my grandparents didn't have any of that.
Well,
and they had 16 kids.
That's a good point. And I don't know if you're going to do like what your grandparents did to get the 16 children, but okay, point taken. We have somebody over here.
I will hit the beach, but I'll be thinking about it on the beach.
You'll be thinking about it on the beach. Okay, good. Kristen, you want it? Oh, okay. Good. Anybody else? Okay, good. So, I thought about this question in my head, and I'm like, I don't even know how I'm going to react. Because as was said this morning, I can't remember by whom, when you get up in the morning, sometimes the first thing you pull is your cell phone. Well, some of us, I'm not going to say everybody does that. You pull your cell phone because there are so many things on your phone. And if I have to forget my phone anywhere, literally, if I have to leave home, and I reach in Kingston and I figure I forgot my phone, I'm going back home. Because I don't know how I'm going to focus. I'm going to think about that phone all day. Who is going to call me? Who's going to text me? What are they trying to find me for? It's going to be on my mind and I'm not going to focus. So what do? I'm going to turn back for it. I'm just saying we depend so much on the technology. We use it so much that it has become a part of our lives. So much. You get up in the morning, do you think about brushing your teeth? You just do it, right? It's like a habit. It's automatic. You don't think, I have to go and brush my teeth. I have to do how many strokes. You don't do that. You just do it. That's how our lives have become with the technology. It has integrated into our lives so much that we cannot do without it. But this digital skill, what exactly is it? It's the ability to use the technology, the tools, the the platform in order to communicate, in order to do our daily work, in order to be innovative or creative and do certain things, right? And this is something that's very essential for not just us as individuals, it's also essential for businesses and also our communities. This afternoon, the presentation will focus mostly on us as individuals and communities, how the digital skills could be used as a tool to help us. What exactly is digital skills? A few months ago, you would have heard about the Digital Transformation Project a lot from Rada and George this morning. And a few months ago, we had what was called a digital skills assessment, where we had some consultants coming in, we did workshops and so forth, and we were trying to find out what are the skills that we already have on the ground, what are the skills that are needed, how we can categorize these skills to really see what we really have, how we're using it, what levels of skills we have, are we using it for creativity, for innovation, and so forth. And the report came back, and these were some of the findings. Basic digital skills were categorized as consumer level skills. I'm going to go this side because I don't like looking that direction. So I'm going to, I think this is a bit more comfortable. So basic digital skills include consumer level skills needed to use digital tools and devices to access, let's say, for example, government services online. And their typically the ability to use a computer, a mobile phone, maybe sending or connecting to the internet to send an email or something like that. But there was another level, intermediate, where we see that they are also needed for professionals using ICT as a tool on their daily basis. So let's get a little bit more, I don't want to say complicated, but maybe when we start doing the application, the software development, and those things. Even when you do presentation like what we are doing here, these would be categorized as intermediate skills. But the advanced skills now are when we talk about the web development, building enterprises, building platforms, whether it's an open source solution or not, as we just heard about a while ago, whether we have to do things about programming for artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrency, all those things, cybersecurity would come under advanced skills. What is the role of digital skills in empowering us as individuals? Now, I just want to do I'm going to ask you a question. When you came this morning, and you registered, you were given something like this, right? An agenda, a hard copy. But you were also given an option of scanning. How many persons scanned this QR code this morning? Let me see, when you came in. Not everyone's hand is up, right? Now, this is a simple thing that we can use as a tool, a skill. We don't have to really carry around all this paper to say that we have an agenda to know what's going on. As long as you have a phone, you have a connection. You don't even need you won't need the internet because this is connected where it's stored on the internet. So, you have a phone, and all you needed to do was scan this code. But the question is, as I was sitting there this morning and people were coming in, some persons scanning, some persons were not, I was asking myself, how many of us really know how to do it? Yes, we have our phones, we use them, we call, we text, we play games, we surf, we shop, but do we know how to do some of the other basic things like scanning a QR code? Whether it's to get an agenda on the website, whether it's to get somebody's business card. You know, a lot of times we used to walk around, Albert, let me see your business card. Do you have a business card? Come. No, I want yours. Okay, let me see EY's business card. Now, you may not be able to see from up there, but there's a difference in these two business cards. One has a QR code, one does not. They forget to print it. If you were given these cards, which one would you choose? The one with the QR code or the one without? The one with the code, because you can save it on your phone one time. The one without, who would take the one without? You, because you did. I'm just saying that it's like these are simple things we can do to enhance our skills and abilities, our digital literacy. These are very simple things that we can do because you don't have to worry about losing the card. When you scan it one time, it's saved in your phone, the information is there. So these are simple things that we can do. I was going to ask somebody to come and do it, but I don't want to take up too much time, so I'm going to speed along. Oh, sorry, Crystalline. You would volunteer to scan it? Okay. Well, you can. So let's, then again, you shouldn't because it's your card. So you shouldn't scan it. So anybody want to scan this card first? And while you're scanning, we are going to talk still, but you're just going to tell me when you're finished and say what's on the card. Desiree, you want to do it for us? Okay, you do it in the meantime. When you're finished, just let me know. So, empowering individuals. What's the role of digital skills? Personal, let me see if I miss, okay, I think I missed a slide. Yes. Enhance employability or your career opportunities. You know now if you go into a job, there are some jobs that you literally have to do an assessment, maybe like do a PowerPoint, something. You literally have to do it as a part of the interview process. There are some jobs that you have to do that. So it is really important for you to add value or add more value to yourself when you are able to do certain things, like whether it's creating PowerPoint, using Word, whether it's at the basic level, intermediate level, or higher, you need to find yourself in a position where you can actually do some of those skills. Did you get through? What's on the card?
So it has ECAPS, Christlyn Gilborn Harry, transforming ideas into digital reality, and she has services, software development, website development, mobile app development, project management. She has her contact information and her social media links.
Okay, so if Crystalline gave me this card, I could just scan it. I don't have to wait until I get home to really go on the internet to see what this is all about, because all of the information is right there. And just to let you know, this is Crystalline over here, Harry. She's one of our ISOC members and one of our sponsors. This is her banner over there. I'm giving a little promotion. You would hear more about her later on. Thank you, Crystalline. So, thank you, Desiree. So, yes, we need to make sure that we sell ourselves in a way, or put ourselves in a way that we are employable. And what about personal efficiency and organization? Anybody has an app on their phone to help them with tasks or productivity stuff? Oh, you have one. What's the name of the app? Trello. Okay, nice. You have Trello too? Zoho Books. Okay. Anybody over this side? Oh, you have Rudy. Guru. Okay, I don't know about that one. You'll have. Oh, okay, good. But there are apps and tools that we can use to help us with our productivity, to help us to organize our, let's say, our daily routines, our work schedules a little better than we are. They could help us with time management as well and increase our productivity. Then we have the financial management. Using, some people use financial management apps to do their budgeting, for example. But there are platforms as well, online bank. When we talk about online banking, investment, and so forth, we need to have that financial, not just the literacy in terms of knowing what to do in terms of the accounts. You could count up your stuff and so forth. But you need to know, how can I apply this or use a tool that is going to make it easier for me than to just, let's say, write in a book all the time. You use your app, and the app does everything for you when you put in your information. Okay? We also have stuff like access in educational resources. That's what digital skills can help us. Think about those persons who study a lot, who are in universities and have to do a lot of research. You need to know how to use the internet, how to, let's say, for example, go to certain online libraries. You might have to do subscription in order to get access to some of them. But the point is, you need to know how to solve, how to find things on the internet. It's what we call digital skill. It's not just about knowing, yes, I could just go on the internet, but what are you looking for? How are you doing the search? How are you doing the research? Foster innovation and entrepreneurship. And we know that anytime you think about a business nowadays, somebody tells you, I'm going to open up a business or start a business. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? They're going to start a physical brick and mortar business or an online one? Brick and mortar? Online? Okay, so without them saying it, you might think either one. Or it could be a case where they combine both brick and mortar and online. But you realize that all the brick and mortar businesses, well, I wouldn't say all, but a lot of the brick and mortar businesses are transitioning to online. And that's because if you don't, you're going to find yourself getting left behind. Because everything is online. It's just easier to access. And the good thing about it, you do not have to be in the same space. You're not limited to certain time zones and hours. It's like you do it when you want. And it's the ease, the convenience. That's what we are all looking for. We are digital natives and we want everything quick and easy. We don't want to sit and wait for anything. We don't want to walk 5 minutes, go out there when we can just have it at the click of a button. So it's the convenience. We also use digital skills to help us with our online safety, our communication and social engagement, digital literacy. So think about it. We spend a lot of our time on social media, for example. Anybody visited social media since you're in here today? Yeah. Anybody did not visit social media since you're in here today? Rudy, you did not? Rather, you did not? Do you have a social media presence? Oh, but you didn't visit it. Oh, okay, good for you, Radha. I went on it plenty times today, so. Your business might be on social media. That's where you do a lot of promoting, and that's one of the things about the online marketing and so forth, digital, your social engagement. When you have certain businesses, you want to advertise them on social media because that's where a lot of people are. So you need to go where the people are, where there is a market. And you need to know, if you're going to advertise your business online, what kind of skills do I need to have? Do I need to know how to do advertising? Do I need to know how to do promotion? Do I need to know how to recruit persons? What is it? How to market, doing sales? You need to know all of that. So while these are important for you as an individual, there are also digital skills that are important for us as a community on a whole. I'm just going to look at, for example, education and skills, cultural preservation and expression, but I really want to talk about one that says disaster preparedness and response. When, I was going to say unfortunately, I don't know if I should say fortunately or unfortunately, when we had the volcanic eruption a few years ago, I was not here in the country. So that's why I'm saying I don't know if I should say fortunate or unfortunate, because they start to think that the persons who were here had to experience that. But at the same time, because I was not here, I didn't have to go through it, right? But the thing is, one of the ways that I really got to see what was happening in St. Vincent was, what do you think? Social media, right? Everything was posted to social media, to the internet. Everything was there. So it's like you're not there, but you're still getting a first-hand or maybe a second-hand experience of what was going on. And some of the things, some persons, not just in the volcanic eruption, but also in natural disasters, when we have hurricane and so forth, you notice some people would go on social media and ask or say that I'm safe, mark themselves safe, because it is a way of letting your family who are not there know that nothing is wrong with you. Yes, the situation is not good, but I am safe. So digital skills, when you have those little basic skills, it helps you in situations like these for disaster management, response. And that's just one basic example. I just want to give you, I'm not going to go through all, so you could just quickly look at the screen. These are some online courses that we can use and platforms where we can enhance our digital skills. Similar, I'm sure a lot of us know about Coursera. We know about Udemy. There's Khan Academy. There's, of course, from our government's perspective, it's important that we also earmark some digital literacy courses that can help us, especially when it comes to adult education and adult learning, etc., because we do not want to leave our adults in our communities behind. So we have to find a way to help them to gain these skills as well. If you want to get more complicated about the digital marketing and so forth, then you could go to things like Google Analytics and so forth. Facebook also has a platform, a Facebook Blueprint, where they offer free courses. And basically what I'm saying here, most of them are actually free. So we don't really have any excuse unless we say, for example, as I said, I'm not going to go through all. We don't have any excuse unless we say, for example, we have one of these challenges which exists, that there might be a problem of cost for our internet connection. There are people who still cannot afford to have internet connection on a daily basis, as in whole day where they could sit down and do their work or do their research. And there are cases where your internet connection might fail or drop out. But even more so, there are people who are afraid of getting into the digital era and learning all these technologies. They are just afraid of not understanding, not being able to do the stuff. And fear alone can keep us back. There's also digital literacy, understanding how to navigate the whole cyberspace. What to do when you get online, how to act. Should you behave the same as if you're in a physical space, or is it different? And all of those things can be a challenge when it comes to digital skills. So before I wrap up, I just want us to think about two scenarios. So, I'm going to ask some questions. We're going to think of two scenarios. One, we're going to look at how we are empowering individuals, and one, we're going to look at how we're going to empower communities. So let's choose online entrepreneurship. Samantha, can you volunteer? Come, please. Decima, come, Samantha. Online entrepreneurship. And the other one, we're going to choose digital education for the underserved. I need another volunteer from over here. Should I call a name, or I just call out Samantha? Nadine, come. Nadine Hall. Let's go. So, we're going to just think about you doing online entrepreneurship. By the way, Samantha is an online entrepreneur, or I should say she's an entrepreneur. She's also a member of ICT. And she also helped us in this whole arrangement of this session. So thank you, Samantha.
Thank you, Simone.
Please remember to support her business. It's called Samantha Paperworks Design. You can find her on social media. Online entrepreneurship. Now, Samantha, given that you are an online entrepreneur, I would like for you to just take a step back, come out of your role a little bit, not so much, and pretend that you are a graphic designer, a graphic artist, right? Don't look so surprised. Calm down. You'll be okay. Okay? You'll be all right. Right? So just let's pretend you're a graphic designer, and you're from the community of Vermont, of course. Of course. But the community of Vermont is a little small. You want to get into your business, and you realize this is a small community for me to get business from. Not everybody might support me. Not everybody has internet to go online. So what do you have to do?
I believe I have to utilize social media.
Exactly. You utilize social media. And when you go on social media, what are some of the things that you would be doing in order to showcase your business?
Well, right now we have Reels. Reels are a big thing, both Instagram and Facebook. And also I would do sponsored ads.
Okay, good. Sponsored ads. And remember, we say you could even learn those things on Facebook Blueprint. I don't know where she learned that from, but this is one of the skills that you have to learn when you're going online to promote your business. It's not just about the actual technology, but how do you communicate to your potential clients? So you have to be able to talk, because in the real, sometimes you have to say certain things. You might not show your face at certain times, but this is a skill that you need to develop as well. So when you set up your stuff online, how can you use your knowledge of going through all of that, promoting your business online, to help another member, another person? It could be in your community, or it could be in another community, another young person who's going to school. How can you show them or demonstrate to them that digital skills are very important, especially if they want to follow your example of becoming an entrepreneur?
Okay, well, that's what I'm actually doing right now. So, for example, in my community of Vermont, in my business, I actually utilize the services of school children, right? That way they themselves get to develop their skills, whether it's in graphic designing, whether it's in Tumblr designing, whatever they have to design, or whatever I have to design, they will work along with me to do the graphic designs for these items. And because I would have been doing that, some persons would say, well, yeah, I think I would want to do that as a side job also when they finish school or whenever. So that's what I have been doing and will continue to do, so that I can, because I'm a Vermont girl and I love my community of Vermont, and I will continue to help young people to develop themselves.
And that's what we call what? Empowerment. Empowering others through digital skills. Very good. Albert wants to ask you a question before we finish, though. Hold on.
It's not actually a question. I just wanted to point out that she's still connected. She didn't leave her cell phone on the desk.
That's how important it is, right? Thank you very much, Samantha. Give her a round of applause. Thank you. And Nadine, I said you're going to do which one? Digital education for the underserved. Now, I want you to, Nadine, were you ever a teacher in your past? Well, that's why I kind of stop. Were you a teacher in your younger life? Because I know a lot of people, when they left school, teaching was one of the first professions, including myself. Were you ever a teacher?
Very brief. When I left school, I actually went to work in a bank. So.
Okay. Oh, nice. That's where I wanted to go, but I didn't get any. They didn't hire me. So, Nadine, we are going to assume or pretend that you're a teacher. You're in a community that has a lot of children. And let's probably go back to when we had the volcanic eruption. Well, not even a volcanic eruption. Maybe it could be that, or even COVID-19, when it was difficult, or some of the children, or most of the children, could not go to physical school, and a lot of online school had to take place. Mm-hmm. Now, you're a teacher. Mm-hmm. You know how to do stuff online. Mm-hmm. You have the tools and everything. I want you to tell me, what would you do or would have done for these kids as an educator in a community where there are children who do not have access to technology, but you do, and you know how to do things? What do you think you could have done, or could do, I should say, since we're pretending that's what it is now? What do you think you could do?
So when you say they don't have access to technology, they have no devices?
No devices, no internet, nothing. All they had were their books, which their textbook, as in the physical book. They don't have any teacher to come to them to a class. Mm-hmm. Because they cannot go with teachers, but you have access to technology. Okay. How can you help them?
Well, it's a difficult question. But in that situation, without them having the digital devices, what I would do, and which is what I normally do when I have a problem, I go online. So I would look for ways, maybe ideas to help them, to continue their education. For kids, they're very tactile. They like to see, learn, touch. But in such a situation, I would use my device, to at least show them, have them interact, give them each turns to see, learn, to just further their education using that way, because if they don't have their devices, well, they obviously will have to use mine.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nadine. Very good. Because we know that this is something that existed. We had that situation here with the whole COVID-19 children. I mean, some of them had devices, some of them didn't, and teachers had to find ways, innovative and creative ways, to deliver their class work to their students so that they could still stay up to date. Right? Samantha, you had a point?
What I was going to say is, I remember during COVID when some of the children in my community were home. One day I was home when we were on our shift system, and I heard a number of students outside running. And I'm like, what are you guys doing there? Why are you not online doing your schoolwork? And they said, well, I have on tablet for doing on schoolwork, I have on phone. So what I did, I took to social media, and I was so amazed by the amount of persons who said, okay, if that is the case, I'm going to send you money. Some persons send money to buy tablets, or some persons send the physical tablets so that these children could actually get to do their schoolwork.
Very good, very good. Dr. Thompson?
Hi there. Thank you very much. Simone, I wanted to ask you a question myself. If I was in a community where there was a lot of violence, shooting, crime, I would want to know that the police and there was law enforcement and everything are stepping up. I'd want them to step up. Now, if I'm in an online environment and I'm being harassed, I have a business, but businesses like Samantha, and persons are harassing me or posting things that my business is not good, or the food I produce is bad, or the service I give with my books and so forth is bad. So the question I want to ask, because you pointed out a number of things that the community will fail to sign up. What should I do as a business person online and I'm being harassed? People posting negative things about me. Who do I go to? Where do I go? What are the steps I should go through to try and stop this, to protect myself in this new environment? What do I do?
Okay, good question. I don't know if I have the right answer, but I'm going to try. But if anybody else has the answer, then you could let me know. But of course, I would say go to the authorities, because I know, I mean, it's not an online, a physical business, it's an online business, but we also have laws that can protect you while you're doing stuff online, right? So I would say report it to the authorities, of course, and also in terms of the bad promotion, I'm sure you would have clients who would have had good service from you. They could also give you like good testimonials about your product or your service, and so forth. Would you want to help me answer this question, and then we'll wrap up?
No, it's a really important question, but I wondered, does that come under consumer affairs?
That's to be looked at. Yeah. For those persons online.
I think that in order to allow Samantha's business to grow and for her to feel very comfortable and so forth, and for other individuals, a lot of other businesses, I think this is an area, John, that we really need to look at. And I love this today, where we're promoting business and how to do it. And the idea is also how can you protect it? How can you feel safe as an individual, as a business, as a consumer, as an entrepreneur? I think that I'd love to see some more information on this myself.
So it's not just about protecting yourself online, but how to protect your business as well online. Okay? So, Radha, you have a point? Please make it short, because I think they're looking at time.
Yeah, this is really important question, seriously important. So it's very important that in a country, developing country such as St. Vincent, the enabling environment to handle these type of digital issues must be defined, and then regulations must be in place. Broadly speaking, we are talking about e-commerce. We are talking about online trolling, right? So some of them might fall under cybercrime. Some of them may not be. So the division of the different types of harassments must be defined, and there has to be the regulatory mechanism to be set up to handle this type of things. Because the internet is free, right? It has its own jurisdiction, right? So how a sovereign country can interact with, to help their citizens to interact with that jurisdiction is something that the government has to put in place. As an individual, as a practical solution, the place to approach is basically the social media platform, a larger formal complaint. Other than that, nothing much we can do, unless the enabling environment in the government is available.
Okay, thank you very much, Radha. Thank you very much, everyone. And this has come to the end of our presentation. I hope at the end of the day you feel empowered to at least elevate yourself with the digital skills, and not just yourself, but people around you, people in your community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. We do appreciate that presentation. Just in case you might be thirsty, you might be drowsy, hopefully not, with all that excitement, there is warm tea in the kitchenette, I think. So please feel free to get out there and get something to rejuvenate you. Our next and final presentation on change management, what will it take, would be done by Zakia Lett, a proud Trinidadian. And she would be joined by Fiona O'Brien, who will be supporting her in this. Zakia is the manager, People Advisory Services with Ernst & Young. And she is a capacity building / training and change management expert, implementation support consultant on the digital transformation project. She has a BSc in public sector management and minor in human resource management. She also has a master's in human resource management. She's been consistently praised for her hands-on guided approach to providing strategic advice and additional operation support to facilitate implementation and sustainability of solutions. Please join me in welcoming Zakia and Fiona.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure to be in St. Vincent again. I'm very excited. Like Mr. Daniels would have said this morning, I am bursting with excitement to be here to present among such a group of distinguished professionals, facilitators, as well as you, the audience. True to form, we would have discussed technology, digital transformation. We recently heard about digital skills. But I am here to balance things off a bit by, shifting the focus and exploring what will it take? How do we manage the transition? So to sum up what we have heard, digital transformation, acquiring digital skills, and all of its benefits is by no means a minor task. It involves, from where I see, enterprise-wide change, societal change. It impacts operations and thereby service delivery. It impacts how we live and how we work, and therefore it demands a shift in culture. I think it has both welcome and widespread results in terms of creating not only a sustainable but resilient transformation legacy. And as a fellow Caribbean member, I think what it provides St. Vincent and the Grenadines with is the opportunity to become a model digitally transformed nation within the region. So in saying all of this, we all know what change is. As the popular saying goes, the only thing constant is change. And we experience that as our lives evolve daily, whether it is planned or unplanned, and whether we like it or not. But to simply answer the question though, what will it take? For me, it's not a matter of what will it take, but who. As a Gen Z would say, in understanding the assignment, it will take us as a people. People are the heart of any successful change. We are what it takes to start it, to drive it, to implement it, and to sustain it. And that is why change management is so, so important. Mr. Brown would have said the words this morning. It is the people component. A component that should not or ever be overlooked because it has the ability to either cause success or absolute failure. So my presentation today really focuses on the concept of change. We all know what it is, but I'll talk about it anyway. Why is change management important? And to address the question, what would it take, particularly in the context of digital transformation? So what is change? Change is change. I am very similar to Simone with my approach. So if you don't volunteer, it's either you volunteer or you fall victim. So I will call on anybody at any time if you don't volunteer. From where you sit, simply putting it, what is change? Yes, anybody else? So changing the way you do things, you normally do things. Transition, moving from one state to a next. Right, and in some instances is moving into the unknown. So you see, we all have some understanding of what change is, but for now I just want us to align on the meaning of it. So we already know what it is. Most of us, or all of us I should say, already know what it takes for change to be successful. And I might go as far as to say, some may know what it will take for digital transformation to be successful. But whether we know it or not, whether we fully understand change management or not, I am here to tell you anyway. All right? So what is change? Change is really moving from the current state to a future state. And we experience change in many aspects of our lives. So this slide would say change management refers to the process of becoming different, undergoing a transformation, and we would have heard that word from one of your peers already. It is a fundamental aspect of our lives, and is evident in various domains, whether at a societal level, nature, technology, as well as personal experiences. So let's touch on the aspects. At a societal level, we'll experience change on many aspects: cultural shifts, societal norms, political changes, economic fluctuations, etc. Some societies even experience changes with regards to their values, their attitudes, their beliefs, infrastructure, technological advancements, as well as advancements in communication. So we can see many changes happening with regards to this aspect. In the realm of technology, change is also prevalent, ever-changing and constant. So new innovations and improvements can lead to changes in products, upgrades products, services, as well as ways of living and working. Mr. Brown in his presentation would have talked about AI. I am personally fascinated by artificial intelligence. You know, with its natural, I think, language processing and machine learning advancement, AI allows, facilitates the understanding of our requests on a level that I have never experienced before. And it's able to satisfy those requests in all its complexities in record timing. There is the technology with regards to genomics, where this technology can study your DNA and use it to improve your health and whatnot. Imagine a technology that can actually look at your genes, your DNA, its mapping, its structure, and let you know whether or not you are at risk for any diseases. That is incredible. And we have experienced so much more, and we would have seen advancements within various nations with regards to technology, and rather would have spoken about a lot of it in India, etc. this morning. So we talked about personal, we talked about technology. So with digital transformation, particularly for St. Vincent, we can expect to experience changes at all areas, whether it's on a societal level, because it would impact us as a whole. It brings government closer to us. It impacts technology in terms of how, the advancements in technology, what is implemented, etc. And ultimately, it would affect us all personally in terms of how we interact with government. Which leads me to change management. Because digital transformation affects every aspect of our lives, it is important that change is properly managed. It's really about managing its success. So change is really, the primary goal is to help individuals and organizations adapt successfully to new circumstances. So here we see it's a systematic approach to dealing with and guiding individuals and teams through significant changes and transitions in a structured and effective manner. So remember that. It's not about just, an ad hoc approach. It's a structured and effective, to lead to an effective result. So it involves preparing and supporting people to embrace change, reducing resistance, which is, a natural thing, and ensuring that its intended benefits are realized. It is crucial for many things, and these things are a byproduct and also very associated with digital transformation. So it is crucial for implementing new technologies, for cost-cutting measures, for strategies, for changes in business models, for implementing new policies and procedures, for making cultural shifts, for restructuring, for acquisitions, for mergers. I would say it is crucial for everything. So what does the research say about change management? According to Qatar, only 30% of transformation programs succeed in initiating or completing and meeting goals. Now that's a fair, rate, but only 60% of these companies succeed at transformation in the digital area, according to Forbes. And it gets lower, according to Warren Parry, who states only 10% of programs achieve their business case, achieve their ultimate vision. How many change programs have a case for change? How many change programs start with a vision to guide it? And hence the reason that percent in achievement is relatively low. So amidst growing disruption, increased complexity, heightened employee expectations, etc., there can be many pitfalls associated with change management. So you can have lack of alignment to purpose or business outcomes, or no purpose or no business outcomes at all. And what you don't measure or what you don't plan, you cannot manage. Inability to adapt to an evolving, ever-increasing complex landscape. And for me, as fast as we make a change, I think somebody talked about it this morning, another change comes. All right, so it's important that you are continuously adapting, measuring your success, putting in place contingency plans, and making sure that you are one step ahead always. The absence of data-led decision making, no analytics, no measuring, no reporting, no nothing. So you don't know how well you're doing. And I think of, we may have some students here. Yes, you're smiling. And, I put myself back to that time. And imagine, the entire term you're working, and to yourself you think you're doing good. And at the end of the term you write a paper, and you get an undesirable grade. And you think to yourself, I thought I know this thing. I thought I write a good paper. But there was no measuring in between. There was no checkings with the teacher. You sat in a class like how I sat at university, big auditorium, the lecturer in front, I in the back, I trying to stay awake. I think I captured all the notes. I think I grasped the concept. I write the paper. I did well. But some others didn't do too good because there was no checks and balances in between. And same with change management. It must be data-driven. You must have checks, etc., in between to ensure that you are on par with attaining that desired goal, in reaching that future state. And a big one is misalignment with human experiences and expectations. Empathy must be a part of the equation. It must be included in the change puzzle. So why do we need change management? According to a recent Oxford study, as recent as 2022, when you put people at the heart of any transformation, which includes digital transformation, you can expect a multiplier effect. So 2.6 times more likely to succeed. One, your people know how to do things differently. People need to know. They need to feel supported. They need to be self-aware. They need to be intentional about doing things differently. And in order to achieve those things, they need to know the how. They are working in an environment that is designed to make things easier for them. I don't like hard work. I prefer smart work. Anytime you come with me with too much stupidness, I have a problem. And for me, making things easier and more efficient is working more smartly. And people appreciate that, even from a service receiver standpoint. And they are prepared for change. So I would have guided you through the concept of change, as well as change management. And now I would hand you over to my esteemed colleague, Fiona, who would start to discuss why change management is so important.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Zakia. So we're getting into, in the context of digital transformation in St. Vincent, why change is important. And a lot of these things you would have heard in everyone's presentations throughout the day when they're talking about what the digital transformation is going to bring. And firstly, we know that government is a complex and multifaceted entity. There are ministries, departments, agencies, state-owned enterprises, etc. Diverse actors, diverse agents, and they all have their own mandates and roles and objectives. And in terms of a national level transformation, we're trying to get all of these actors on the same page in the same direction, and change management and having a structured, intentional plan is key to achieving that. As well as everyone has their agendas and so on, but there's also a natural resistance to change. Simone talked about people being afraid of technology or just insecure, they don't understand, but also at an institutional level, there are established ways of working, there are procedures and policies, all of which have to undergo change, and there is natural resistance. If you think of government and its complex organization that it is, so many parts as a big ship, and you're trying to change the direction that you're going. It's a long process. It's going to take time. Every turn takes time, and people will get worn out, or there will be hiccups because you're trying to do a lot. Even the smallest thing at this scale will be a lot, and change management is really core to addressing what are the barriers, what's going on. Let's listen, let's address, let's respond. So it's the focus on the people that is really going to help turn that ship in the direction that it's going to go. Public services impact. We know this change is going to be huge. We've laid the road with the CARSIP program, and CARTP is going to bring in some tangible services online, etc. There's a huge impact on businesses and citizens that's going to be coming up. And change management, again, the role that it's going to play here is focusing on feedback and reducing the barriers, again, to citizens, addressing risks of disruption because you're already involved in communicating with stakeholders and avoiding disruptions from that perspective. There's going to be legislative and regulatory change that's going to come up as well, and ensuring that there is alignment to government priorities and policies, that we're going in the same direction, as well as, well, we know that we don't live in a world of finite resources. We have to do more with less, yes, every day. And we need to use our resources, which is your time, the money, the people that are involved, in the best way possible, in the most efficient way possible. So it's about planning and, again, being intentional and really structured and intelligent utilization of the resources available to optimize the outcomes we want to achieve. And before I hand back to Zakia, the last part of change, we heard a lot about the digitizing government and bringing a lot of data that's going to be coming up in transformation. Like, data is a very valuable asset, but it's also a vulnerability, and change is important to cultivate a culture of more awareness and responsibility, and that will be another key pillar of how the digital transformation is going to go.
And continuing on.
Yeah.
Why? Because they are I always stumble on this word, forgive me. Thank you, I wouldn't even say it. And integration challenges, all right? So when we talk about interoperability and integration, it's about communicating and sharing data in a seamless way. Rada presented it this morning in his framework. It's about providing a citizen-centric experience and reducing, of course, our pains of redundancy and bureaucracy. The citizens benefit from a more efficient, convenient, and fast process offered by the government, while the government experiences more streamlined operations and improved service delivery. So change management also helps to address interoperability and integration matters. And who does it benefit? The people. Change management is the people component. So there are seamless data flows that would occur, process automations that would benefit us across all the ministries, departments, and agencies that are affiliated. So as you can see now, that change management is not only highly people-centric, but it also focuses on matters of policy, legislation, processes, etc. So it's all encompassing with one ultimate goal, putting people at the center. Long implementation cycles. Fiona just talked about it. And I should have said long implementation cycles. Change can be challenging and it can be long. It requires, a lot of implementation matters, decision-making processes, governance, and even a bit of bureaucracy. But change management, the benefit of it is that it helps break the entire transformation down into manageable phases. All right? That ensures continuous progress. That ensures that the momentum keeps going, that things keep happening, and nothing gets stuck. And when we identify risks, we are able to mitigate against it. Everybody with me? All right. Some of y'all are still seeing a little. But that's all right. Once I have the majority, I'm fine with that. Change management also has an impact on the workforce, and it impacts them directly. Digital transformation would impact all public servants, right? Digital transformation can lead to both changes in your job and your responsibilities. It's a given, all right? Change management, however, helps to support employees through that transition via upskilling, reskilling, and ensuring that the workforce is equipped. It helps with matters of resource constraints in terms of building that capacity in order to make that transition well. Public accountability and transparency. This is a big thing. Public entities, government organizations are accountable to citizens. Change management fosters transparency through engagement and communication, keeping stakeholders involved, understanding the change, understanding the benefits, understanding how it would impact them personally. And that cannot be done at a distance. You have to bring change directly to the people and make them aware of it and train them and communicate and communicate. And when you're tired of communicating and when you're tired of training, somebody tell me what you do. You train and you communicate some more. All right? It is never ending. So we understand the concept of change. We understand how change management is defined. We just spoke about why is it important. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Keep your eyes on me. Now, where we are now is addressing the question of today. What will it take? If you don't forget one, yes. What will it take? So we fully understand, yes, what we would have discussed before. And what will it take? Is that your slide now?
Yes.
Yes. So I'll hand you right back over to Fiona. Okay. I could go on and on.
It's okay, you're going to come back. Yeah. They said you have to turn it off. Okay, so we've got some words on the board here. I know they are very emotive words. So to go back to Zakia's slide about the data, I'm going to explain this in that context. Basically, the research that's showing that focusing on people will multiply the success of a transformation. As you saw the statistics of the smaller and smaller portions of successful transformation, and that is because focusing on people and the human behavior, but specifically emotional behavior, and investing in that emotional behavior is the success factor that the research is trying to show us about making a transformation successful. People get burnt out, but the people are the ones doing the change. They're the ones that are going to use the systems that you're putting in. If they don't have the patience to keep up with the training, if they are burnt out, they're not going to, if they're stressed, if they don't have the tools, if you're not investing in them, your transformation is going to fail. So these themes are about emotional behaviors that activities are built around to further the success of a transformation. So when we're talking about inspiring, that is having a clear vision, something that will resonate and energize the people that are involved, whether it's energizing internally, the people doing the change, the people receiving the change. It has to be a clear, challenging, but in a good way, hence energizing, not challenging, stressful. It has to be purpose-driven, future-focused, desirable, and having a clear vision and will help with a high-performing transformation where people are more energized because they understand the value of the transformation, and it has an effect on their emotion where they're more likely to embrace the transformation, to have more positive emotions about it rather than underperforming transformation where there's a lot more negative emotions. Because we're all human, we're doing this thing. We're not going to be at the top all the time, but the point is that you don't want to dip too low. We want to keep going because this is a long journey that we are on. I think the next one is yours.
I am passionate about this one. And this one is leading the change. What will it take? Strong, robust leadership. Change is not, especially digital transformation, is not for the meek and the mild. It requires courage. It requires resilience. It requires leadership with passion, active sponsorship. So what is strong leadership? Strong leadership is leadership that provides direction and clarity. That is guided by a vision, that can communicate that vision, that can align persons to that vision. You know, I don't want to say think of the Pied Piper, but think about it, you know. You want persons to follow you. You want that adoption rate. You want that usage. You want that resilience. Motivating and inspiring, encouraging. All right, moving along. Decision making and adaptability. Leaders that empower and ensure inclusiveness. Resistance managing. Walking the talk, role modeling. Resilience building. Being able to communicate. And not only communicate, but to communicate with authenticity, with transparency, and thereby building trust and sustaining momentum. So strong leadership plays a critical role in change management. And one key component of strong leadership that is bypassed because we get so focused and entrenched on the end state, we forget about celebrating success. We forget about acknowledging our accomplishments. We forget about giving praise to those that were, involved and for their participation. Celebrating milestones and successes throughout transformation is equally important. We must recognize and appreciate the efforts of everyone involved and communicate that and reward and provide incentives. So Fiona, we have 5 more minutes. Yeah. All right.
Super quick, speeding through. But to be honest, empathy and care, I think we mentioned it earlier as well, is equally an important pillar where it's about listening to people because there's the natural resistance, fear of the unknown, skepticism, concerns. You need to anticipate and address fears, listen and respond to feedback. So really building that in your transformation process and embracing a culture that encourages communication and transparency. I'm just going to skip to the next one. Empowering. Building your skill level. We talked a lot about that. Simone talked about digital literacy and giving people the tools that they need, because people can be as willing as possible, but you have to give them the tools to get them there and to get us through the transformation. So through change workshops, leadership development, leadership training as well, change champions, because the change is going to come from the people doing the transformation. I know we're a few minutes left. Emotional intelligence training, technical training, scenario-based simulations, and continuous learning and support. So continuous learning and adaptation, being open to learning from both successes and failures. Failure is the biggest teacher. Encourage a culture of continuous learning. Like, it's okay to fail, but then learn and continue on. What will it take? Building. So this is really about the planning and you've already tooled the people, you're listening to them, you've got leadership, you've got a plan, and the plan is understanding where you are, knowing where you want to go, and taking up an iterative approach, which again fosters, you can fail, but we're still going. We fail, we learn, we go again. And I know I'm saying the word fail a lot, but you will hear, the C-suite speak about it, startups, all the advanced technology companies, that's how they operate. You try something, it works, it doesn't work, you try again. You learn from as you go. And I think this is the last one, collaboration. This is about two-way communication, listening and responding, and having something that structures receiving feedback, having open discussions, and to people's concerns about data privacy, about protection, about how to deal with people's comments online when they are in the digital world about, from a business perspective, from an individual's perspective, and being transparent about the reasons that change are happening, that people can align to or share their concerns about. And again, this ties all back into, these are emotional behaviors that change management really needs to encourage and champion in order for transformations to continue to be successful and to be as successful as they can.
So, Mr. Moderator, I will boldly take 5 more minutes just to sum things up. So what will it take? It will take a vision, a defined vision, a vision that we are all aligned to. It will take strong leadership. It will take proper planning. It will take communication and engagement. It will take training and development. It will take measurement and monitoring and tracking. So essentially, what will it take? We must operate from a place of inspiration, from a place of care and empathy. We require strong leadership, leadership that will not lead from a distance, but would also hold our hands during the difficult times, that would assist us in building a vision and executing towards that vision. It requires empowerment, and empowerment has to come from within too. And that comes from seeing the change, seeing the future, and being able to put ourselves there. It must resonate with us personally. And it requires us all. The public service cannot do this alone. It requires collaboration amongst all of us here. So we fully understand the change, and now we understand what it will take, which brings Fiona and I, sadly, to the end of our presentation to you all today. So thank you so much for your attention, everyone.
Oh, sure, no problem. Give it a round of applause to our able presenters. They were so enthusiastic. They kind of run over time a little bit, and they adopt the change management concepts here. I saw some of that coming through. But I invite the other presenters for this afternoon to come forward. Carlon, is he here? That's not good. Is anybody from his department here? Somebody got to come up to answer questions. Also, Simone, is she here? Could you join us, please? It's the open forum session, so the audience, even those online, you have an opportunity to ask questions or to make comments. So we're going to get started momentarily with this. If I may begin, as usual. I know Colin is not here. I had a lot of questions for him, so let me skip that. Change management. Particularly, sorry. Sure. Colin, yeah, thank you so much. So as you walk, you can think. Maybe faster because you're sitting all day, your brain is drowned out. So here's my interest in this. You have a choice of using open or closed. Now, so at the time of implementation, you've got to make a decision. Is it going to be open source or is it going to be closed? So then there has to be an evaluation. There has to be a set of criteria that you laid out, and you have to assess those against what's available. Could you explain how you're going to do that? That's you. Sorry, there's a mic there.
Yeah, it's absolutely necessary. What you said is absolutely necessary. But how we do it is going to be different than everybody's imagining. We are not going to do it every time a problem comes. We have to think ahead and have an enterprise architecture. Whether it is for a business unit, it is for your corporation, it is for a government. So that is the time you decide strategically what is your, in the case of software, what is going to be your software development approach or software implementation approach. In some cases, developing everything by yourself is going to take a long time. Seriously going to take a long time. In some cases, it will make sense if you own the intellectual property, such as the digital public infrastructure, your own infrastructure, it makes sense to build on your own. So these questions are asked, what to choose, what is needed for an organization, is an enterprise architecture question. So you do an enterprise architecture design. Before you do anything, there will be an enterprise architecture unit within the government, within a corporate, which will provide the strategic directions. Okay, based on the market conditions, based on the business needs, right? Matching everything based on the cost that will be, total cost of ownership that will incur, based on our skills, you make a technology decision, right? So basic differentiation, usually a kind of thumb rule people use is, if it is going to be modified by you and it is your intellectual property, open source is best, right? If you build a digital public infrastructure, it is a government property, you don't have to pay anybody anything, you choose. If you're going to, you're thinking about, let us say, that enterprise resource planning system, a tax system. It won't make sense to build everything on your own because it'll take 5 years. You need a tax consultant. You need tax developers who are experienced in the domain to be available to develop that. If you calculate the total cost, even though software itself will be cheaper, because if you don't develop your ERP system on time, you're going to lose revenue. So you want the time to market. You want the system to be developed, implemented very quickly. So these are the trade-off decisions you have to make at the enterprise architecture level.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question? If not, I could ask another. But I prefer to hear from you. Yes, the mic is needed here, please. I'm sorry. Do we have another one? Could you run that one up, please? And in the meantime, there's somebody else who has a question. Okay, and a third. Okay. Let's keep going. Yes.
Okay, so I have a question here from the live chat on YouTube. It's a question/comment from Rudy. It says, isn't the root server system that holds up the global internet architect based on open source?
That's back to you as well.
Isn't the root server system that holds up the global internet architect based on open source?
Yeah, most of the internet's basic infrastructure, they are built ground up. There was no model. It's the first time it has been built. Most of the internet software systems are built on top of open source. That is true. Because that is the intellectual property, because they are the authority, they are building that capability. There is nothing to buy. It won't make sense. It is the same reason whether we want to choose open source versus a closed source, is that if it is innovative, it's the first time that is being done, you have to code yourself, ideal condition. Example, you are launching a satellite, you're not going to buy a satellite software. It doesn't make sense at all because they have to be developed. The business rules are developed by the engineers, the scientists. Nothing else is available in the market. Versus a tax system, which is completely different, which is purchasable. Right? If you spend effort on that, you have to build skills on the tax specialty, which may not be your core requirement. Right? So, yes.
Okay, thank you. I hope this is a different question. Go right ahead. You got the mic? Yeah. We'd like to engage the other.
Yeah, this is for the open source, and I know traditionally there would have been like a slowness in terms of institutions to get on board in terms of open source. How is the environment like? Can you give an idea of what it's like out there? Is there a lot of big financial institutions that are moving more so towards open source solutions?
Yes, in the market, the value of the open source is fully recognized even in the private sector. Especially in the case of the infrastructure software. When I say infrastructure software, it is application infrastructures, web servers, app servers, the programming language, the integration platform. For everything, there is an open source stack. So it is for the institutions as part of the enterprise architecture. Again, goes back to the enterprise architecture decision for any corporate, any business entity. It is still prevalent, especially on the government side. Open source is getting a big momentum again because of the UN agencies and the World Bank's impetus on open source platforms. So the digital government part, right, is entirely open source going forward. In terms of IT departments, IT infrastructure, there are a lot of open source software people prefer to choose. In terms of building the business applications, there is a trade-off between closed source and open source. It's a mix, and open source is foundational in considering any software selection. Yes, so its momentum continues.
Okay, another question again. In terms, when I think about the open source and, well, these institutions, two words come to mind, risk, liability.
So it provides, so in terms of the source codes themselves, the open source is more secure in general. But in terms of maintaining the vulnerabilities, again, from the code point of view, the vulnerabilities will be addressed by the developing agency. So that's why it's important that in selecting the open source software, we have to, as Colin mentioned, that is there any backup support for maintaining, sustaining the open source software? Because vulnerabilities can come anytime. There should be an upgrade of the software provided by the open source community. So that is important. On top of that, once the software is deployed, it becomes the responsibility of the security organizations to make sure that the vulnerabilities don't go beyond. They're contained, they go beyond their own software environment. So there will be definitely an additional bit of security controls that will be needed, especially like vulnerability scanning, and then making sure that the software is protected against latest threats. These are the considerations for an information security organization. There will be added responsibility to them for open source.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last question.
I'm sorry. Would you mind giving way, because we got very limited time. We come back, circle back, but we got somebody waiting in the queue. Thank you.
So I have two questions quickly, one to the change management team and one to Mrs. Joseph Oliver. Mrs. Joseph Oliver, one of my pet areas is IT for the elderly. Do you have any ideas as to how we can reach the elderly with ICT? Because some are interested and some are not. So those who are interested, how can we reach them? That's your question. And to the change management team, mindset is a very big hindrance to successful change management. How do we break down mindset against change?
Okay, if I should go first. So yes. I think we could approach it two ways. I think we could use the one-on-one approach and also the community approach. We know that with older adults, they are more, you have to have more patience, let me put it like that, with them, because they are not used, they were not born into this technology like the Gen Zs and Gen Ys and so forth. So they would take a bit more time to understand, to adapt to the change, to even feel comfortable when you're teaching them or showing them how to do these things. So I would say if you use a one-on-one approach, for example, you want to show them how to use certain features on your phone, just sit down with them, have some patience with them. If you want to do it from a communal level, have a group where they are comfortable with that particular group. For example, we have groups in communities like the diabetics groups, and so forth. They do a lot of things together as a group. So this could be, and most of them are more senior adults. So this could be like a group, for example, you can use and have like a session with them. Some of them might have children or family members who are overseas. Teach them how they can communicate. What are the applications they can use to communicate with their friends and families who are overseas to make it a bit easier for them and so forth. And it's not about adding or showing them a lot of things one time, because you have to give them room and time to digest. So it might be a slower pace. You teach them like certain skills now, let them work on it, and until they get used to it, comfortable with it, before you can actually add on another feature, add on another skill and show them. So I think you have to be patient, I believe, and I think when you start showing them the importance of why they need these skills, they will gladly come on board. They will be excited. I've seen older adults who get so excited about this technology, while you still have to find a way of those who are fearful, find creative ways to make them feel comfortable to really use the technology.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Next answer to the next question.
So mindset really speaks to culture. And in changing culture, you have to sort of tailor your approach to different stakeholder segments, because each of them behave and act differently. In changing mindset and in changing culture, we also have to take into consideration the capacity of leaders in order to drive that, because change and cultural shifts start from the top and it drills down. Changing mindset requires active engagement and active presence, and it sometimes requires hand-holding, a lot of hand-holding. It requires training, it requires development. In terms of communicating and engagement, when doing so, people need to understand how that change impacts them directly. What are the benefits to them? That also helps shift mindset. Communicating and imparting that change in bite-sized pieces so that it's digestible, and not shoving everything down at once and making anyone feel overwhelmed or that this change is beyond them. Because as persons navigate the change journey, it will be different. They may start very excited. When they realize the magnitude of it, they'll be like, not me and this. So it's important that we recognize, the change journey and that experience that persons may go through, and developing change plans from a place of empathy and realizing the difference in behaviors and planning for those type of resistances. And I think, in compounding all of those things, that would help in shifting mindset.
Okay, thank you. Here's where we transition to Roxanne, who is going to stand in for me. I have my car in the car park. I need to get it out because I won't get home. I want to thank all the participants for their contributions today. Excellent. Roxanne, I think we need to arrange follow-up sessions. There clearly is a demand for that. And thanks to everyone. But it's not ended. Roxanne is going to continue with you. Oh. I'm just leaving so I can get home. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's right. This is our wonderful applause. He did a wonderful job today. Thank you, Lennox Brown. We now have a few more questions on the floor, so we'll go to Chrislyn, and then we'll get back to the gentleman there. So Chrislyn.
Yes, thank you. I have a question here from an anonymous sender. It says, what are the initiatives the government are undertaking to support the development of open source products or applications? And are the salaries offered by government for ICT workers attractive enough to retain such technicians?
Sounds like a question for Simone. Okay. Good.
think what is important to recognize is that not every organization needs to invest in developing an open source. They can support the open source, which is already available. So there are a community of people who are available to produce this software. It is only prudent to use the software instead of trying to build the software on your own. It goes against the whole idea of developing from first principles. If you're going to develop a software, you have to start from operating systems and so on and so on. So the job of the government is to provide digital services in this case. The job of a corporate could be to provide whatever business digitalization that will be needed. So if they start spending their effort and money and time on developing this product, it goes against their core principles, right? Having said that, if there is a government that is willing to invest their time, many international organizations provide free time for developers to spend time on that will be welcome. So at the end of the day, it is the government's policy decision.
Thank you. Any other question from your side, Christine? One more, and then we go to any other question on the floor before we wrapped up. So we take these last two. Any other? Take last one and.
Okay. How do you manage seasoned employee or employees who are comfortable with the way things are, but when it comes to change, they are actively resistant to change?
That's a good question.
Right. I mean, that's going again, talking about resistance, and similar to changing mindset, it's the same process of, there are different types of stakeholders and trying to understand as let's say a persona, what will motivate them, what doesn't motivate them, really trying to understand those people's push and pull and coming up with the change process aligned to specific stakeholders and their push and pulls to deal with that. So at a process, at a planning level for change management, they focus really on the people, who they are, how they feel, and sort of into stakeholder groups and address it that way.
And I have one more thing I'd like to contribute to that. Focus on the ones that want to change, because in my experience, what I've found is that a lot of persons are open to these changes. And as those small resistance pockets realize change happening, realize the benefits, etc., they somehow naturally fall in line. Because, it's almost, they're just there and everyone else is moving forward and adapting and changing and experiencing the benefits, etc., that they eventually don't have a choice but to also adapt.
Thank you. Question, brother?
So my final question on open source. Yes, does open source solution provide, how we would say, support and service level agreement as comparable to commercial businesses, commercial vendors that normally help in mitigating operational and business risks?
Yes, but it is done in a slightly different way. There are companies that take this open source and add support to that by charging a small fee to the client. So there are companies like that. But however, they don't support every single software. They support the software that are prevalent. There are companies that provide that additional support. So there is an open source provider, and then there is an open source software seller, right? Like a market seller. But the cost of that software is mainly for the support activities. So you can have a support contract with the provider who will support an open source from a different different organization. So they are available. For example, Linux, right? Many companies provide the support. For certain Apache products, many companies provide support. Not for everything. In the sense that the product should be prevalent, there should be enough business for these people to provide support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have a question, and we have one final question here. Just a comment, okay.
And so, getting back to this open source thing, in my experience going sort of historically, a lot of the companies who pioneered open source were small and medium-sized businesses who couldn't afford to pay the licenses for the biggies who put out these big pieces of software. And so it's grown and grown. But there are instances, and I don't think it's been come out here, but there are instances where you definitely want open source. Like, for example, it wasn't a question that I asked concerning the root servers. It was just it was a comment. But in the case of the root servers that hold the internet up, you don't want any commercial, piece of software where you have to pay someone else to maintain it, because, you obviously you want it to be as free as possible, right? So there are instances with open source where you definitely want it to be open source. And a lot of governments also are going that way, right? Because obviously there are other levels within the architecture where they will have to pay, for example, Microsoft Word and things like that. But there are levels within the infrastructure where you really want to go and try and be as open source as possible. But also it's reflected in the licenses, because you have different levels of licensing depending on the amount of support you have for the product. Like Creative Commons, Okay, so that's it.
Thank you so much. One question from Dr. Claire. Keys there.
Claire Craig for the record. Don't want to be negative, but just a caution. I've been hearing the word free with respect to open source, and it may not necessarily be free. And the other thing is that sometimes it starts off free. I've seen this a number of times because I've been in enterprise applications for over 22 years. Starts off free, and at some point when you hooked, it then becomes something that the organization has to decide if they're going to purchase the software or how do they move forward after they've put their entire campaign on this piece of software. So we really have to be very careful when we're looking at open source and understand what free means to your organization. Thank you.
Thank you for that very important comment there, in truth. Final question. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is considered to be the most cash-based economy in the OECS. In your view, is the cause of this technical or cultural? So, because I could go anywhere to anyone who wants to answer. Is it a case of technical or cultural?
Which one? What's the question?
The Grenadines is considered to be cash-based. Most cash-based in the OECS. So is the cause of this, is it technical or cultural?
I'll give a shot, then I will leave it to the knowledgeable people who knows more about the region than myself. But it is definitely cultural. It is beginning from the culture. But in many places, this culture has changed, right? For example, I live in Southeast Asia, right? And in 10 years, like in India, it has become almost cashless, even normal transactions, in different mechanisms. And the reason for that, it is two ways. There is electronic commerce that come into picture. Different types of businesses start online goods and services. And then to pay for that, you need to have an electronic payment. That expanded widely, like ride hailing service, taxis, everything, even for small things. So that business environment has been there to promote cashless transaction. And the transaction will have a cost. Banks, credit card companies, they have to pay. Somebody has to pay for the transaction. And they are willing to forego that fee if they get enough volume of transaction. That is an important part. So if you have enough volume of transactions, you'll be able to negotiate with the financial institution to reduce or nullify the cost of the transactions. So you need to have an economy of scale for the digital transaction to come both ways. If you're going to pay as much as, if you're paying more on electronic transaction as compared to a brick and mortar transaction, nobody's going to pay. So that is the first one. So in the OECS side, so that's a challenge because not enough economic activities, online economic activities that foster reducing the cost of the transaction. I believe that the discussion is still ongoing to my limited understanding. There were central digital currencies, still discussions are ongoing, but success or otherwise of those type of initiatives, we have to wait and watch.
So I would say it's a bit of both, but mostly I would kind of agree with Radha and say it's mostly cultural, because I think our society is moving very slow in adapting to this whole e-commerce in terms of the cashless economy and doing things online and paying with your cards. I would have been in some session, I can't remember exactly what it is, and one of the things that some of the entrepreneurs were saying is that when they move to having, let's say for example, persons pay with their cards in their stores, brick and mortar stores, like right here in Kingston, their issue is they have, as the store owner, as the entrepreneur, they have to bear the cost, right? And as Radha said, if you don't have a lot of uptake in using this service, you find yourself as the store owner having this extra cost, and it's at a very high percentage that you have to go and pay the credit card company, for example, in order to maintain this service. So you start weighing the balances. Should you keep having just a cash process, purchasing your products and services with just cash only, or do you take on this added cost of using this service? So I don't think our culture is really speedily taking up these services, where we could actually go out there. I am longing for the day I could just go into any store, any supermarket, and don't even think about whether or not I have cash. But you could just pull out your card and use it. We already have some of them here. Everybody is not on board as yet, and I really hope we get to that point. But it is a change in our culture, the way how we do things. We have capable persons who are able to deal with this from a technical perspective, but it's adapting to this change where most of our issue lies. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Any comments?
I'll just very quickly add to that. Because the digital transformation, this project actually aims to address some of them. Right? Remember what we talked earlier is that we try to bring in a digital economy. That's the end goal. So all these projects we put in place, there are financial sector reforms that have been considered. The government is doing, is trying to reduce the cost of the electronic transaction. There already some efforts have been done, and further reforms will be in place. So eventually, without considering the region, at least for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we would like to see much more digital adoption in the payments area, right? So that is one of the goals of this program itself.
Thank you very much. Any final comments on your side? Fine? Okay, let's put our hands together for our facilitators, and thank you very much. A wonderful job this afternoon. Keep us all alive and awake. And now we will now welcome Samantha Robinson, who will give us a vote of thanks.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. All right, let's try that again. Good afternoon, everybody. What a day it was. Did you have a wonderful day? I know for me, it was just awesome. So on behalf of ISOC, SVG chapter, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to everyone who made today's event a success. To our moderator, who unfortunately had to leave us, Lennox Brown, he did an excellent job in keeping the program on track today. Do you think so? To Sister John Quilco Duggan for her invocation, which set the tone for such a productive day. Also to Sharika John. Do you remember that anthem from this morning? Yeah. Excellent, breathtaking rendition of the national anthem. To Roxanne John, for your welcome address and for all of your hard work in organizing this event. Thank you very much. To Willis Williams for your kind remarks on behalf of IGF. To Albert Daniels for your remarks. Albert, unfortunately, not all civil servants are soloists, unfortunately. To Claire Craig, we do not only say thank you for your kind remarks, but also we just want to say to you, enjoy our lovely island. To Mr. Winston George for your overview of the Digital Transformation Project and the Single Window for Trade. To Radha, thank you so much for your presentation on digital public services. To Martin Sheen this morning for his presentation on Human Development Service Delivery Project. Carlan Brown this afternoon for his presentation on open source technology and its potential for businesses. And for me, ladies, I really enjoyed the ladies' presentation. To Simone Joseph Oliver, especially to Simone Joseph Oliver for your presentation on digital skills and how they can empower individuals and communities. And final presentation was by Zakia Lett and Fiona O'Brien for your joint presentation on change management. It was phenomenal, so thank you so much. Thank you all of our presenters. And finally to our sponsors for their generous support of this event. This includes ICON, IGF, Aaron, Caribnock, and our local businesses, we have, for example, and businesses, ministries, etc. ITSD for technical support, ITFX for technical support and live streaming, Flow Business, who took care of the tea breaks, NTRC for the venue, Vinlec for the lunch today, which was delicious. Do you agree? Yes. And Digicel Business for live streaming. Also, we have Apps for technical support. Thank you very much. The ISOC SVG Secretariat for their secretarial support. And last but not least, Mr. Pascal John for photography. And for all their contributions and commitment to making the internet a more affordable and equitable resource for all, we are greatly appreciative. So thank you all. For you who remain with us this evening, we are so grateful for your presence because we could not have had this program if you weren't here. So thank you very much for sticking it out with us. And we do hope that you enjoyed the program today and that you learned something. And I look forward to seeing all of us back here tomorrow. Bring someone with you because the information is invaluable. May God bless us all.